Start with the letter A. 215-263 WMMR. I'm going to go to Jillian. Hey, Jillian.
Hello.
Jillian, how many countries start with the letter A?
11.
Not according to my source. No, sorry. No. Let me go to Barb. Hi, Barb.
11.
I had 11 also.
You want to guess something else? You can go ahead.
Sure. Let's say 13.
No. Thank you.
She gave it a good shot.
Let me go to Patrick. Hey, Patrick.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. All right. How many countries start with the letter A?
14.
No.
All right. So please don't labor under the misconception that this needs to be the correct answer. It needs to be Preston's answer.
Yeah.
They skipped one, didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Melissa. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Melissa. How many countries start with the letter A?
Just one.
No.
One?
She went to Prices Right.
I like that. I like the way she played that.
I do.
Showcase Showdown.
There are no countries. It's like,
Oh, you had a trick question earlier, remember?
how many animals did Moses bring on the ark? Moses didn't have the ark.
No.
Countries don't lay
There
eggs.
are no countries.
Countries don't lay eggs. I will go to Joe. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hi, Joe. How many countries?
5.
No.
All right. Well, read the room.
Listen, they were so close
I know.
on the first and second guess. And if you read between the lines, you might figure out what the answer is. Hi, Cindy.
Hi, good morning. I'm going to say 10.
Oh, my God.
No. Cindy! Sorry. All right, we'll go next to Jim.
I mean,
Hey-
there's a dozen possible answers.
Hey, Jim.
Is it 0?
What?
Is it 0?
No!
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is the best. This is like, no, it's like that Wheel of Fortune thing.
There
where the
are
answer's
a
12 and-
dozen
Yeah.
possible answers.
Hi, Ben.
Yeah. Hey, guys.
Hi. Do you know the answer?
Yeah, 7.
Oh, my God. Murder Cafe.
So where did you get your...
RandomTriviaGenerator.com.
All right.
All right, they said that the answer is 12. Okay.
Oh, is that what they... I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. We're going to go to... Hopefully, this one last caller will get it. I don't know. He's got to put him on... Oh,
Is he
hung
on
up.
line? Oh, man.
He hung up. I know. His name was Mike, too.
Yeah. Go to line 12.
It was Mike, and we're going to...
Hi, Mike.
We were going to be able to play that.
Okay. Yes.
Just keep putting answers up. I'll go to the right one when you get one. All right, so... Sounds
good.
We'll go into this as speculation continues to swirl over what exactly went down at the Oscars on Sunday night. The Film Academy has been accused of lying when it said Will Smith was asked to leave the award ceremony after he assaulted Chris Rock.
Yeah, there are more than a few people coming forward and saying they never did anything of the kind.
The Academy of Motion Pictures of Arts and Sciences said Wednesday the actor refused to leave Hollywood's Dolby Theater after slapping him, and the Academy responded to questions over why Smith was allowed to remain seated in the front of the audience and said it was initiating disciplinary proceedings against him. But according to unnamed sources who spoke to TMZ and Variety in reports published Thursday, Smith was never actually asked to leave. According to the reports, there was division among Academy officials on whether to remove Smith, and the mixed messages never led to a consensus. On Monday, CNN report also squared with that version of events. A source told CNN, Academy leadership strongly considered removing Will Smith from last night's broadcast following the incident. There were immediate discussions, but the Academy decision makers, and this, I think this makes sense, were seated in various spots in the Dolby Theater and couldn't mobilize to make a decision before he won Best Actor.
It's possible. I heard someone else say that, you know, in this case, you run wherever you are and get to this. But you know what? Again, I also see the element of this. How do you process this when you see this happen? Everyone watching it, everyone was going, what do we do?
Imagine you're running the show, and all of a sudden something happens, you're like, and then it's now you're supposed to expect the unexpected things like
but
this.
not
It's
that
live
unexpected.
television, but not that unexpected.
One of the biggest actors in the world hits one of the biggest comedians in the world on stage live.
During a discussion on Thursday's The View about the debacle, Whoopi Goldberg, who's a member of the Academy Board of Governors, said that she was not at the event but believed that Will may have been asked to leave. She suggested producers did not physically remove him over fears that he would cause a scene, which is another thing that they would probably have to consider. The Academy said disciplinary action against Smith could include suspension, expulsion, or other sanctions.
Something left out of that. He had just put in an order for cheese fries.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they were going to let him wait. He would be a little less fussy if he had something in his stomach. By the way, we have a couple of these clips. I'm not sure if they're over or not, Steve. You said Paul Rodriguez. You sent these over?
Yeah, I was surprised to hear this, but it's interesting, his take.
He directed him on Ali, on the movie Ali.
He didn't direct, but he's in the cast.
He's in the cast,
Right,
okay.
so he is, I believe he was his corner man, his doctor.
Okay.
Ali's doctor, so he had a fairly prominent role.
All right, here we go.
When he turned around, that smug, that look like that, I'd seen that look before. I feel like I got slapped every day with a verbal abuse. I'd be walking around and he'd hurl some insult. You know, I just kept it in. I went, what am I going to do? Will Smith says, you better be careful. You're far away from anyone who likes you. I go, where does that come from? I mean, what do you mean I'm far away? He goes, ain't no Mexicans here in Africa. I said, what?
Okay.
Wow.
And then here's another clip saying that Will had humiliated him on the set. Here we go.
The insults just continue. That look, that after he hit that look of impunity. And I'm saying to myself, it went from one of the happiest moments of my life to a horrible situation. I had lines. I didn't audition to be an extra here. It was humiliating.
Wow.
So he was a dick on that set. And did you know somebody or?
Yeah, I told you guys I knew a guy who went to high school with him who
Yeah.
said he was a total a-hole, and he hated him.
Now we all
because
have our
of
bad
that.
moments, you know,
Right,
but
right.
wow. This has certainly put a massive dent in my perception of Will Smith.
And let us not forget the 1992 public service announcement that Will did about not hitting people.
No, really?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Hey, check this out. Here's the situation. Say you out with your boyfriend or your girlfriend. You know, you're at school, you at a club or something, getting busy. All right, you just having fun. Somebody steps up to you and they tell you they want to rumble. All right, now just stop for a second. Before you lose your head, get all crazy and toss your hands up, just think. The person that uses the head can always defeat the person that's just trying to use their hands. Now remember that, because the more you know.
Did you see? And I don't. The audio's fairly bad from it, but also around that time he made an appearance on the Arsenio Hall show, and there was a bald bass player. Arsenio had a great band.
Yeah.
And so Will Smith says, you know, is it in his contract? He's got a polished head of his. And he said it was just a joke, and he was kidding around, and everyone laughed, and the bass player laughed. But the bass player apparently, one or two sources say had alopecia.
Oh, really?
So I don't know if that's been verified. You can't really believe what you're reading, but there is at least that, him mocking a bald guy in the band.
Okay. All right. Listen, we're going to go back to the phone, see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. How many countries start with the letter A? I will go to Greg. Hey, Greg, good morning.
Good morning.
Greg? Hey, Greg.
Hey, stop. He's ordering something from the drive-thru. Can you bother him?
Let's hear what he's ordering.
Let him get breakfast.
Okay, hang on. Hey, Greg,
Now he's cleaning his car
you have got
with his hose.
to be kidding me.
I love to gay.
Let the guy get coffee.
Today is good. Okay, I've had it.
What is he doing?
I'm so close to dropping an F-bomb on the air right now.
Calm down. All right, wait. I feel like maybe we should do breathing exercises.
We should, or I should hit someone.
No. Breathing exercises.
That'd be awesome.
Let me go to Amanda.
I think Kathy can take a punch.
Amanda, save me.
It's 12.
Ladies and gentlemen, the correct answer has been ascertained.
God bless you, Amanda. Hang on the line. We're going to give you
Dear God.
a $50 Metro Diner gift card. You can get hooked every Friday and enjoy the gold standard in fish and chips at Metro Diner, including their newest fried shrimp and fried seafood platter, available for dine-in pickup or order online at metrodiner.com. All right, some other things to get to. More Hollywood stars are paying tribute to their friend and co-star Bruce Willis, who, of course, announced his retirement yesterday. We talked quite a bit about that after being diagnosed with aphasia. And if you missed that story, it's a language disorder caused by damage in part of the brain that controls language expression and comprehension. Sylvester Stallone shared photos of himself with his Expendables co-star on Instagram Wednesday and wrote, "We go a long way back, praying for the best for you and your wonderful family." Additionally, the Whole Nine Yards co-star Matthew Perry called him the coolest man I've ever met in my life on Twitter, and said, you will remain in my prayers for a long, long time. Maybe we should get together and watch the whole 10 yards and get a couple of hours sleep. Also, Rita Wilson, who appeared in Story of Us alongside Willis, wrote, my heart goes out to Bruce and all of the family. So thankful you shared this with us, keeping you all in our prayers. And also Demi, Melanie Griffith said sending love and support, dearest Demi. M. Night Shyamalan tweeted out, all my love and respect to my big brother, Bruce Willis. I know his wonderful family is surrounding him with support and strength. He will always be that hero, that poster on my wall as a kid. And former U.S. Rep. Gabrielle Giffords, Arizona Democrat, who is an aphasia advocate. And, of course, she suffered a brain injury during an assassination attempt in 2011. Also tweeted the actor saying, I'm thinking of Bruce Willis and his family today. Aphasia makes it hard for me to find the right words. It can be lonely and isolating, but Friends of Aphasia is trying to change that. So she's referring to a charity organization that helps out with people who have aphasia. And she wrote, to everyone living with aphasia, I'm here for you. We got this.
There's a beautiful picture that was posted yesterday from one of his daughters. And I guess, there's a special relationship with a daughter and a dad, I guess, at some level.
Yep.
And she was just curling up next to him after he'd gotten, it was just a couple of days off of getting that diagnosis. And he's smiling. And it was just a beautiful moment.
By the way, the Razzies have rescinded the Bruce Willis Award that they had given him. Willis went up against himself 8 times within the category for films, including American Siege, Apex, Deadlock, and Out of Death, and quote-unquote won for his performance in Cosmic Sin. The organizers said in a statement, they said it was not appropriate to award gongs to those whose medical conditions may have affected their performances. They said in a statement, after much thought and consideration, the Razzies have made the decision to rescind the Razzie Award given to Bruce Willis due to his recent disclosed diagnosis. If someone's medical condition is a factor in their decision-making and or their performance, we acknowledge that it is not appropriate to give them a Razzie.
I thought that was the right way to go.
Absolutely. They also rescinded their nomination of Shelley Duvall, who was nominated at the first Razzies for her performance in The Shining. They said, we have since discovered that Duvall's performance was impacted by Stanley Kubrick's treatment of her throughout the production. And they said, we would like to take this opportunity to rescind that nomination as well. So they're kind of doing a make good there. A masked intruder broke into Victoria and David Beckham's London home and stole thousands of dollars worth of belongings in late February. The burglar entered an upstairs bedroom of the couple's Holland Park manse while Victoria, David, and their 10-year-old daughter, Harper, relaxed downstairs.
That's how big the place is. You can have a break-in and not know you're being robbed.
The break-in went unnoticed until Victoria and David's 17-year-old son, Cruz, returned home from a night out to discover broken glass in the ransacked room. London's Metropolitan Police confirmed that they are investigating the incident and said that it was unclear whether the bandit was operating alone or with accomplices.
If a squirrel trips on a twig in my yard, I hear it.
You know it, yes.
This is a full-blown home invasion and theft, and they didn't have any idea.
All right, how about this? Fox News Channel named Caitlyn Jenner a contributor.
Yes.
Just as cable outlet has been focused on discussions about Disney's efforts in Florida to oppose the Don't Say Gay bill.
I'm Caitlyn Jenner with Today's News.
Put into law earlier this week. Yeah, you know what? She's going to steal my line. Jenner is expected...
What's happening today?
Dear God. Jenner is expected to appear on Fox News' Hannity on, I guess, last night. I didn't see it.
So she's one of, and the news channels all have them. They're paid...
Yeah.
Talking heads.
Commentators.
So whenever they have something, they'll bring in their panel of 4,500 people, so you can have 4,500 little boxes of heads talking about something.
Jenner said, I am humbled by this unique opportunity.
It's crazy. It's amazeballs. Well, when I had them.
To speak directly to Fox News Media's millions of viewers about a range of issues that are important to the American people.
Caitlyn's actually pretty eloquent when it comes to that sort of stuff. So,
Yep. Let me see. We got time for a couple more stories. Yeah, we got all the time in the world, gang.
Absolutely.
How about this? And she's a producer on the Preston and Steve show now.
We know that Bucks County wasn't a tornado or not.
Our reporter,
things are looking weird today.
For those of you who just tuned in, I said today instead of today. twice. Not on purpose. Just kind of slipped on out there. People has confirmed that Demi Moore has a new boyfriend. The 59-year-old Golden Globe nominee has been dating Swiss chef and New York City restaurateur Daniel Hum. The pair was spotted together earlier this month at Paris Fashion Week.
I think that's a smart move if, date a chef.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, man. That's a home run. Khloe Kardashian is expected to reveal the status of her relationship with Tristan Thompson during a sit-down with Robin Roberts.
I've been purposely keeping it a secret. Well, I want to hype up the show.
By the way, we've had very little Kardashian news this week. There's been other things to talk about. It's been nice. People published an exclusive
look. By the way, I had my jawline shaved.
This is disgusting.
People published an exclusive look at the ABC Primetime Special, which airs on April 6th, and that shows the Good Morning America host asking Kardashian, Tristan, where do things stand? How are you doing? The special will be...
Sure, I'll fist fight a bear.
We'll also include interviews with Kim, Courtney, and Chris as well.
Kathy, did you just see Connor's running an image of the pitch for the show? Khloe just looks painful.
Yeah, right? Like it looks like it hurts, though.
Yes.
I know.
I do like her. Her face.
Her face? Okay.
Like,
there's a strange sort of, we mock, and Kathy does the great impression of Khloe eating popcorn in that commercial.
God. It's the best.
It just looks uncomfortable.
Yeah. But she's living her best life, I guess. Yeah, so she seems to be happy.
Get out of my grill.
Hey, Joseph Maldonado Passage, a.k.a. Joe Exotic, is officially taking steps to end his marriage to Dylan Passage. A year after he announced that they had split, Maldonado Passage filed a divorce from behind bars on Thursday. His lawyer, Autumn Beck Blackledge, confirmed it.
So they were estranged as things were standing, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. The lawyer noted while the pair did split last year, Passage allegedly failed to serve his husband and did not follow through with obtaining a divorce through the legal system. And since then, Joe has allegedly attempted no contact to Dylan multiple times with no luck, or has attempted, with no luck, and is now hoping that they can both move on with their lives and divorce quickly and amicably.
You have to imagine, I don't know, what level of sincere love there was between these two, but here you have a younger, pretty good-looking guy with Joe Exotic. And I think maybe he hitched himself to that star thinking there'd be a lot more celebrity and a lot more fun stuff to do, but he ends up behind bars and kind of shut him off.
So Blackledge, the lawyer, says Joe is nearing the end of his cancer treatment and has fallen in love.
I'm in love.
With somebody else?
I guess. She says he has no ill will towards Dylan, but has been trying for a while to reach him to get a divorce settlement.
So he's cheating on... Well,
yeah, okay. It says here, my understanding, she says, is that both Joe and Dylan have moved on romantically, and they should both have the freedom to love again, free from the bonds of marriage.
You think he's hooking up with Harvey Weinstein?
Wouldn't that be great if they were together?
No, he's like a young kid. I followed him on Instagram. I can't find him now. But anyway, I remember like right at the end of the tail end of this when, and he was like out in, I don't know, somewhere in Florida with like a bunch of guys. Like, he's a young guy out. Like he's not waiting for Joe Exotic.
Yes. I'm 100% faithful.
Yep. All right, just two more quick things, and then we'll move on to some other stuff. Disney Plus is planning on going up against Netflix's Stranger Things when they debut Obi-Wan Kenobi on Friday, May 27th. The streamer announced on Thursday that the premiere date will be pushed back 2 days, but that fans will be rewarded for their patience with the first 2 episodes. Subsequent episodes will stream on Wednesdays as originally planned.
You guys were saying this yesterday.
Yeah.
About Moon Knight, right?
Yes.
Because they only released one for Moon Knight, but that's cool.
Yep.
Let me ask you then, in the battle head-to-head, Preston, who's going to win in your home?
Oh, Stranger Things.
I think, and listen,
without question.
I love what they've been doing, but I've had between The Mandalorian and between the Book of Boba Fett and so I'm good. I can wait a little bit. I want to see Stranger Things.
Caroline and I are watching season 3 right now to get ready for the next season, so we're totally we're right back in it.
Yeah.
It's such a great show.
It is.
Fantastic.
I'm Team Obi-Wan all the way for that one. I mean, I like Stranger Things, but Obi-Wan for me is the best. By the way, for Moon Knight, I think the reason they only did one episode and they're doing one episode at a time is because there's only apparently 6 episodes altogether.
Oh, I got you.
So
There can't be that many of Obi-Wan, though, right?
No, there aren't.
You know what I was thinking about today, Steve? Because I'm going to go back and watch Zack Snyder's the Snyder Cut Justice League.
Oh, the Justice League, yeah.
And I was like, wow, but that's like 4 hours long. I'm like, wait a minute. These shows are like 10 hours long. It's a continuous story. That's actually pretty damn short, to be honest.
And
it's excellent.
The way it's cut is in episodes.
chapters, yeah.
I literally started watching it yesterday with the same thing in mind. I'm like,
Nice.
okay.
Yeah,
All
the
right.
whole Ezra Miller winning that award got me interested
I
in
love that
again.
scene. I
Yep.
know you do as well, Kathy.
Oh,
when he's running in the when he says he doesn't know if he will see his dad or anything, and he says, "I was one of them, Dad, the best of the best." You know, it's awesome.
Love it. All right, one last thing. A&E Network has greenlit the 2-hour documentary biography, Old Dirty Bastard.
Nice.
Which will be the first official feature documentary about the Grammy-nominated musician and legendary founding member of the iconic Wu-Tang Clan. And the documentary is co-directed by Emmy and Peabody Award-winning director Sam Pollard, alongside his son Jason Pollard.
Are you going to spend any time with him here in Philadelphia before he passed away?
Did he spend a lot of time here?
Towards the end of his life, he was living on birdseed in South Philly. He was interviewed at one point, and he'd been spending a lot of time in McDonald's, and they asked him what else he'd been eating. He said, don't you worry about ODB. I've been living on birdseed.
Wow.
So it was a McDonald's and
Bastard!
McDonald's and birdseed towards the end for ODB.
Big Baby Jesus.
McDonald's should, Big Baby Jesus. McDonald's should add birdseed in honor,
Right.
for that week.
I don't know.
Make it like the McRib.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Wu-Tang. Like, I know...
And they're for the children.
No, I know that, but I know that they're a huge, pop culture.
Yeah.
And people love them, but I don't, And ODB, the only lyric I know is when he did his collab with Mariah. He said, me and Mariah go back like babies with pacifiers. And that is it. That is the only knowledge I have.
And is that all you need?
I think that's all I need.
It may be on his tombstone. I'm not really sure. All right, we're ready for new movies opening this weekend. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. This is my favorite part of the show.
Morbius opens today. Action horror film starring Jared Leto, Matt Smith, and Jared Harris. Biochemist Michael Morbius tries to cure himself of a rare blood disease, but he inadvertently infects himself with a form of vampirism. It's an hour and 44 minutes long, rated PG-13, wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes has no score so far, so we'll see what that means.
It's a bad sign.
Yeah. The Contractor is an action mystery. It stars Chris Pine, Ben Foster, Jillian Jacobs as well. Special Forces Sergeant James Harper, who is involuntarily discharged from the Army and cut off from his pension contracts with a private underground military force. When the very first assignment goes awry, the elite soldier finds himself hunted and on the run, caught in a dangerous conspiracy and fighting to stay alive long enough to get home and uncover the true motives of those who betrayed him.
So just hold 1 second. How many movies have this exact same plot?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep, it's an hour and 43 minutes long, rated R. In theaters and streaming today, it's got a 44% at Rotten Tomatoes. And then finally, The Bubble opens. It's a comedy starring Karen Gillan, Iris Apatow, and Fred Armisen. The plot is sneaking out, hooking up, melting down. The cast and crew of a blockbuster action franchise attempt to shoot a sequel while quarantining at a posh hotel during the pandemic. It's an hour and 25 minutes long. It's rated R. Streaming today, it's got a 33% at Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, it's on Netflix exclusively. I'm going to watch it because it looks pretty amusing because they are locked down. They're making fun of all the shields and the stuff they had to go through and the nose swabs and all that.
Yeah, the trailer cracked me up.
Green screen work, yeah.
Yep. All right, and we have clips to play for you as well. Jack Lowden plays River Cartwright in the new thriller series Slow Horses.
Slow.
In this clip, he explains how his character complements the show's genre.
I find really interesting that his motivation is completely self-involved. He's trying to get himself back in his swankier job. And I think it's such a lovely way to look at the spy genre.
Slow Horses is streaming now on Apple TV. Here's the next clip. Kiefer Sutherland explains what persuaded him to take on the role as the leader of a private contracting organization in The Contractor. Here it is.
Obviously, for me, the script important thing that will always be the deciding factor of why I'm moved to be a part of telling that story. And this script was an incredible thriller. It was exciting. It was a page turner.
You got it, dude.
The Contractor premieres today in theaters, by the way. And there you go. That's your entertainment report for today. All right, with that in the books, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We'll tell you about what we got on the program today. I know we have some stuff to give away. So stay close, as we're going to do a contest at some point. So hang in there. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
MMR Madness. A rock band battle of the brackets. Each weekday, your votes decide who wins it all. Get details and vote.
I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. Is very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100% fan-based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut." And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope, and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times. The studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this.
It's miraculous. Yeah. It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zack, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, that's it. And then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, especially during this pandemic where, like, there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times, on top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which has touched your life and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. To me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Oh, Zach was actually giving us a pass and suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from like the time of Live Aid, and it would probably it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go has had legions bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy to, I think as a stream, when you're streaming it, and this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever. But I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put up in IMAX for you guys, because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy, or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side by side comparisons, and I love from you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal. Yeah. Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover, and I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers! Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about DC.
do.
Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here
to mess everything up. Yeah, and
mess every single thing up.
All right.
Let's hope the Justice League gets it together.
Don't give it away.
So with that,
I'm saying I hope.
Okay.
Been kind of growing with its
are there other
merchandise,
actors?
and there's some new stuff in there for you to check out when you get a chance. And if you're specifically a listener of this program, we have the I Got Scared Because Dracula shirt
That's
available.
a good one, yeah.
They made a Ray John shirt, but it's Ray Jawn, John.
Love it.
And that's available. And we have a connoisseur shirt.
I didn't know that.
Marissa did the design. It's awesome. I love it. And also, Marissa, what's the name of the one that you and I had been, the one that I really wanted to get done with the Liberty Bell and the whole thing?
Oh,
do you know what that's labeled as?
Don't, but
I wanted kind of a classic representing the city MMR Preston and Steve t-shirt, and our buddy Greg Monahan and Marissa collabed on this and came up with, I think, is a pretty badass design. And so it is now available in the Rock Shop.
I gotta take a look.
Yeah, take a spin in there. Browse, if you will.
It's called, very simply, Preston and Steve Liberty Bell.
Okay.
There you go.
I dig it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, isn't that a cool shirt?
Yeah.
So these are available. They're $20, man. And there's also Jackie Bam Bam shirts and Carpe Banana, and I think Carpe Banana is.
I love these novelty things that are associated directly with the show. And sometimes things just become popular, and there'll be swag associated with it.
There's no Sad Bro shirts. Yeah. There's Minerva. There's all kinds of stuff. So
actually, you could probably buy the actual Minerva for the price of the shirt. You probably could.
Is that in the Rock Shop? Actual.
Not to sound bougie, but these don't always stay in there the whole time.
Okay.
So grab them now if you like something.
You don't sound bougie.
Why does that sound bougie?
I don't know, because it sounds like it's like a marketing ploy. Like, grab them now before they're gone. But seriously.
It's true, though. Sometimes you have to grab them before they're gone.
Yeah. So WMMR.com. By the way, I had speaking of Carpe Banana, and I need a Carpe Banana shirt. I got to get one. I had a banana moment earlier this morning. Sometimes when we do live commercials, Casey and I will just try to kind of, make each other mess up if we can, just to goof around, because it's just fun. And so Casey was about ready to do a commercial, and I was peeling my banana, and I decided to hold it down in my groin to look like a penis,
Yeah.
And as I did, I held it in there, and of course I started to shake it a little bit. the freaking banana broke off.
Uh-huh.
Because like 3/4 of the way down and hit the ground.
All right,
And I told you.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I did that with my actual penis.
Oh, my God.
No way.
Yeah, it fell off.
But Kathy, you warned me, right?
You can't do that with a Friday banana.
Friday bananas
It's too soft.
they're too tender, and
That's like
they're not
Monday,
firm.
Tuesday.
Yeah. From now on, when I do
Yeah.
the penis banana thing,
It's Monday or Tuesday.
Monday or Tuesday only.
Just another Banana Monday.
Yeah. So, all right. Anyhow, but check out the MMR Rock Shop. There's some great stuff there, and it's inexpensive, and we would be so happy to have you wearing our apparel. It'd be cool. I need to get some of those too. All right. Junk drawer. It's Friday.
yay!
We got to clean it out because we got things to get to. So I'm going to dig in here. Actually, Marissa sent me a couple of stories that made their way into my junk drawer, and she had put them under the heading. I guess I had a character at one point called the Realtor.
The
Realtor.
Yes. Yeah.
So I have a couple of properties to mention.
I like in the paper when they will pick a house and show you the inside of it and what it's going for. Yeah, I think it's part of our voyeuristic nature.
Well, Taylor Swift spent the first 14 years of her life living in Berks County before her family moved to Nashville to pursue her music career.
It's okay. It's close enough.
I know. Swift and her family lived on Pine Ridge Farm, an 11-acre Christmas tree farm in Cumru Township, that the singer has referenced in her music. The Swifts later moved to nearby Wyomissing, just outside of Reading, and the family lived at 78 Grandview Boulevard while Swift attended Wyomissing Area Junior High School, and that's the property that's now on the market.
I would want the Christmas tree property.
Yeah, right?
So, well, the one
We could
that's
do
up
a
for
Hallmark movie.
The one that's up for sale is a 5-bedroom, 3.5 bath home. Built in 1929, sits on a 3/4 acre lot with a spacious backyard and 2-car garage. The interior soaks up plenty of sunlight, and the home has been staged with plenty of Christmas wreaths.
But she doesn't. They don't own it, right?
To play up the Swift connection. No, she just used to live there.
Okay.
So the property is now listed for $999,000, a price drop from an initial listing of $1,099,000 in February. The Swifts left that home in 2004 and rented the property out for a few years. It was purchased in 2007 by Daniel Mashevsky. He did extensive renovations on the property that unearthed some of Swift's old belongings, including toys and a note that she had written about a trip to Disney World.
Oh,
that's pretty cool, right?
So cute.
The house is it's very quaint looking. Well, it's not quite. It's actually fairly large. But what did the family? What did the dad do in the family? Do we know what their?
I don't know
what their
I'm not
business
sure
was.
what
'Cause
they were doing
seemed to have a
before
little money before she, hit.
And then they packed it up, went to Nashville and chased the dream, and sure enough.
Oh, they sold for the Rock Shop, Preston.
Oh, I didn't know that. As Swiss fame grew, they began to get visitors, the Mashevskys, who bought it from the Swifts. They began to get people stopping by to see where Taylor grew up.
She doesn't live here anymore.
They eventually sold the property, and its current owners have had it since 2013, so it's for sale now.
Her dad was a stockbroker for Merrill Lynch.
Well, okay. There you go.
And then another place, slightly more palatial than that, a 4,500 square foot Rittenhouse Square penthouse, previously owned by former Philly Pat Burrell, has hit the market for $4.3 million.
Wow, man. I should probably get that.
Yeah, you should.
Have you ever checked out some of the high end, and you can find them on some of the sites, the high end condos?
Oh, it's insane.
In our lovely city.
I'd like to be in one just to see what that's like. Like having 4,500 square foot inside a building.
In a building.
Is huge, man. I mean, that's bigger than a lot of houses.
It's absolutely bigger than a lot of houses.
Does it indicate how much Pat Burrell bought it for?
Yes.
$100.
He bought it for, let me see here. And it doesn't say how much he bought it for, but he sold it for $2.55 million in 2012.
I thought he was still owned it.
Still
for
the
some
owner,
reason.
right?
Okay.
No. So he hasn't had it, but he used to own it.
Taylor Swift bought it.
4.3 mil is what it's going for now. Burrell was the original owner of the penthouse, Casey, so he was the first one.
Okay.
He purchased it in 2005. Property records show Thomas Demalski, a former equities trader at Bella Cynwyd-based Susquehanna International Group, purchased the condo from Burrell for $2.5 million in May of 2012. The unit has 23-foot high ceilings.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and was previously the University Club's ballroom.
So we're looking at it.
Huge.
Yes. I mean, it's astonishingly big.
Oh,
you said 4,500 square feet?
Yeah. Yeah.
You Preston, there you could have your bowling alley there.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So there's, it's like a friend of a friend. I don't really know the couple, but I know that they lived in Rittenhouse and in one of these type of condos, and they wanted more room. So they literally like walked upstairs to their neighbors and were like, "We'll pay cash for your place if you let us buy it." And they did. They had to like house them somewhere else until they found a place, but they like busted through, made high ceilings, made their house and had more space, and they just walked upstairs and were like, "Hey, want a couple
Kathy,
mil in cash?"
Sometimes when you have enough money, you don't move from your property. You just tear down the house that you had and then build another one.
Yep. I know a few people who've done that.
Yes, absolutely.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yep. So the unit, like I said, has 23-foot high ceilings. Bro was known for hosting huge parties there, including the infamous team post party following the Phillies' 2008 World Series win. What'd you say, Casey?
I was never invited.
No?
That's crazy.
He did a lot of World of Warcraft.
I'm just curious as to how many young ladies visited said room. Because Pat was known as Pat the Bat for several reasons.
Yeah, he turned over the lineup quite a bit.
He did, yes.
Wait, what was?
Do you ever listen to our show?
Was he married? Because
No.
Oh no. Okay.
I mean, he might be now, but not when he was a Philly.
All right, okay.
Pat was a bachelor, and he took advantage of his status as a celebrity and an athlete and a good-looking dude. And
Pat the Bat, huh?
Pat did quite well for himself for a nice long stretch here in Philly.
So it's up for sale for $4.3 million if you got the funds.
Remember those stories about Jeter in New York where he would have like basically goodbye bags for the women that he
gift bags.
Gift bags.
Parting gift.
Right.
Yes.
And they were like separate drawers for toothbrush and toothpaste. And
was there another rumor that he had a portrait of a centaur?
No, that's A-Rod.
A-Rod.
That was A-Rod.
A-Rod, yeah. A-Rod had and also like a mirror that he could look into and gaze for himself. But yeah.
When you're giving parting gifts to your conquests.
I mean,
and
and he probably has a closet or a pantry that's just for storing those. Yes,
I mean, and he was just planning ahead, Jeter. And so I give him,
very thoughtful.
Do you know what it's like? I think of Tony Stark and Pepper Potts when she's siphoning his.
Oh yeah,
here you go.
Yep. Oh my God. All right. What else? Junk drawer. Let me see what else I got here for you. Okay. If you get a spam text message that comes from your own phone number, it is not a good thing. This is if you have Verizon. Verizon says it's getting reports of these types of texts in which the scammers are cloning the customer's own phone numbers and making it trickier to avoid the texts. Verizon and other experts say that you can't block your own number. And the best course of action for now is to just not click on any links sent in those texts and to delete the messages as well.
I think I'm handling it all the right way. I don't accept any calls or any texts. And I mean that's the best
cut
way
yourself
to do it.
off.
No, you see that all the time. Oh, I just disregard a number that seems too close to my own when it pops up.
Yeah.
Because I assume it's something similar to this.
Yep. And I think that's exactly it. It intrigues you. You go, wow, that's really close to my number.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll answer this.
Right.
No, don't
Maybe
do
they're
that.
wonderful like me.
You can also file your number is being spoofed complaint with the FCC. Verizon says that it's working on the issue, trying to get to the source to prevent any further messages. And also know if it happens to you, your actual phone number hasn't been hijacked, just subjected to technological impersonation, they call it.
Technological impersonation.
So beware if you do see that. It could be just kind of stay away if you can. And you definitely, you can't block it.
I tell you what, I've noticed, not that it's crazy, but I've noticed a few more, like I'll get texts offering to purchase, am I interested in selling my home? I'll get texts for, I ordered one thing called the Prep Deck online a while ago for Claire. It's like a kitchen device. And now stuff I never signed up for, I'm getting these text messages, which is kind of annoying.
Dude, okay, so I have email, obviously separate from text. So email, I try on my personal email account to weed out all the garbage, all the stuff that I'm getting. And I ordered flowers from a place called Just Flowers at one time or another.
Right.
I have unsubscribed, I kid you not, at least a dozen times.
Yeah.
No way.
And I finally sent a message to them that said, and I worded it like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Would you stop with these effing emails, you piece? I was tired of being civil.
Right.
They're still sending them to me.
Oh, wow.
Well, because
They're
it's
still sending them to
human
me.
eyes aren't seeing your emails. It's going into the fact that you were a lot of times it's my understanding that when you respond to any of these things, it might even accelerate the amount of emails you get.
Can you block it?
I don't know. I haven't tried that.
I mean, occasionally with some of these things that I've been quote unquote subscribed to, Preston, I just end up because there should be in any of these junk emails or mass emails, there should be a button at some point in that email that says unsubscribe, right?
Yeah.
But there isn't always, and so sometimes you just end up having to block that email address, and hopefully that'll put up a filter so it won't get through anymore.
And I'm to the point where it's so overwhelming that I'm like, look, I not only am I never going to use your service again, I'm going to tell people how dissatisfied I am with
I have a
this.
microphone, damn it.
I mean, it's just, come on.
Well, let me ask you.
Come on.
What do they sell besides flowers?
Just flowers, man. That's it.
Looks like they sell baskets.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a lie.
Those come along with them.
Well, actually, I'm looking for a florist. So
All right, anyhow.
check in with
What else we have? All right, this looks stupid.
Okay. Yeah.
The Dyson Zone. Okay, it's a pair of headphones with a portable air purifier that goes over your mouth.
It looks. I thought this was a joke. I thought this was an April Fool's thing. It looks so goddamn stupid.
They released it earlier this week.
Yeah.
If it's an April Fool's thing, you didn't do it today, and you should have done it today. And if we get fooled, it doesn't count. So the Zone is supposed to deliver the mobile version of a technology that Dyson has already mastered, which is air purification. And I get that you want to have purified air. By the way, this isn't like a COVID mask.
No,
it doesn't.
it's just an air purifier.
It doesn't do any of that. Okay, so this is just an air purifier. The company offers air purifiers for your home, but the Dyson Zone will let you enjoy cleaner air exactly where you need it most, out on the street when you're facing pollutants every day.
To me, this will appeal to anyone who ever wanted to be in Daft Punk.
Yeah, right? It's just shy of you cover the eyes and you're in Daft Punk. Dyson wants to
They're
deliver.
saying it's not an April Fool's joke.
Okay, well, Dyson wants to deliver cleaner air on the go and deliver it to your nose without the Zone touching your face. It's not supposed to act as a mask of any sort. It can't replace one. Dyson makes no mention of COVID-19 related features in the announcement. Instead, the Zone will purify the air you breathe while out of the house. Is this Daft Punk? All right. And also purifying the sound. That's the theory of it, at least. There's no price or release date for the Dyson Zone at this time.
They're always extraordinarily expensive. I will tell you this. I have a love-hate relationship because every Dyson thing that I have is great. It works great. It does what it's supposed to do. What they call an air multiplier is the best fan I've ever had in my life. It's just a fan, but it is, and they all work. So to me, the pomposity of them somehow led them to believe that someone would want to wear this trough on their face.
Yeah.
I hate their vacuums.
The hair dryer went people were jumping all over that, and it was like, I think it was like $400 or $500.
Their stuff is way overpriced.
Hair dryer. Yeah.
And they'll tell you what. Again, here's the thing, and I hate having to defend them for this nonsense. The products last, they're built well, and they are really efficient.
My vacuums, I'm sorry, man. My vacuums break all the time. I've been through so many Dyson vacuums. We've bailed. We're done with Dyson vacuums.
Shark,
because,
man.
Yeah.
Get on board with Shark.
I love the Dyson. I was just going to say, sorry, Case, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that I just replaced my Dyson after, I want to say, 10 years.
Yeah, 10 years, man.
Well, it worked for you, 10.
Yeah.
10 years, man. 10.
We don't know anything about the specs yet. It hasn't been offered up for sale yet. We don't know how long the device lasts on a single charge. And considering that it has to filter air continuously while playing music, it should pack a pretty large enough battery to handle all that.
I want the Dyson bidet. See what they come up with.
It actually sucks it.
Yeah.
Instead of blowing
fecal matter.
Yeah. So.
Oh, God. Come on. No.
Did I just poop?
The new Dyson bidet.
Ass multiplier.
It's begone.
I just took a dump.
So we don't know how heavy it is. These aren't just headphones. Each ear contains an air compressor that purifies the air as well. And again, there must be a decent battery powering it all. So we'll have to look for this stupid thing later on when it eventually comes out. All right. If you grew up in a rural area, you have at least one advantage over someone who grew up in a city. Researchers from several universities tested the spatial navigation skills of nearly 400,000 people from 38 countries using a video game called Sea Hero Quest. And they found people who grew up in more structured, grid-like cities performed better on game levels with grid-like layouts, but those who grew up outside of cities or in cities with more sprawling, complex layouts were better at navigating disorderly routes. Essentially, you have better sense of direction if you grew up in a more rural area.
I think I have a very good sense of direction, and when I'm out in rural areas, I can, or even hiking, I think will do that, Nick, where you start to develop which is the better path to take or whatever.
Yeah, I agree with you. Steve, let me ask you a very specific question about your sense of direction, because I find there are 3 places on the East Coast where I inherently lose my sense of direction, which I also think is pretty good.
Right.
In Philly, I'm fine. I know this area really well. I know which way the ocean is and which way the Poconos are. Right. But when I'm in either North Jersey, Washington, D.C., or Boston, I don't know which way's up. I get so confused in those general areas, and I think maybe it's lack of grid-like streets. I don't know.
I think it could be. I'm more. I somehow can figure it out.
Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty good. I know what you're saying, though.
You know the New York area pretty well.
Yes, I do. And but when you talk about D.C.,
oh my God,
D.C. is laid out in the most moronic way possible, and there are.
So is Boston.
Yeah, Boston.
Yeah.
But I kind of know where I am. I know which direction things are, and that helps me.
I think around here I have an issue.
Do you really?
Not in the city, but there are times where I'm on the Northeast Extension. I'm like, I'm supposed to be going northeast. It's called the Northeast Extension, and I'm not going northeast.
No.
I'm headed more west, or it feels like I'm going west.
It's called the Northeast Extension because it goes to the northeast part of the state.
Eventually.
I know, but
yeah.
it's a dumb name.
And there's some other things like, too, I'll be headed, because I'll look at the compass heading on my car,
right?
And it'll be saying I'm heading south, where I was pretty sure I was headed east. Like, I'm headed towards the city. That's east to me. But to get there, you're going in various directions to get there, and it throws me off.
The turnpike is annoying to me. It's not really going east and west at some points, but out in Bucks County, when they changed 95 to 295, it was 95 north and south.
Right.
How is it not north and south anymore? If it was actually you were going north or you were going south, well, now it's changed and it's east and west.
It's
Why?
95 is?
Yeah, because they changed the designation from the PA Turnpike to the New Jersey Turnpike. The New Jersey Turnpike is now 95 north.
Well, they connected.
They connected it, yeah, and then they made that that exchange where there never used to be an exchange between 95 and the PA Turnpike. Now there is. And when they did that, when they opened all of that up, they literally changed the names of the roads.
It's the same road. It's what used to be 95 is now not 95 anymore, and it's now not north and south.
Oh, wow.
It's
because I understand, I think that the way the interstates work in the east, west, north, south is eventually that's the general direction you're going to be going. You know, and it may take sways here and there to off of that.
But 95 north used to become, if you stayed on it and didn't get off, it became 295 south once you got like north of Trenton or whatever. Yeah, it was so bizarre. So this configuration actually makes a little bit more sense from like a national perspective. But when the changes happen, Kathy, it's inherently confusing because it used to be one thing forever.
Especially when you have a large chunk of the road going in the wrong direction that you're told it's going in. But you're right, Preston. I think eventually where it leads you is where it gets the north or the south.
So
and it's dumb.
Scientists say that because people, the reason that this may be that rural people have a better sense of direction is because the countryside has more disorderly road layouts, which prime the brain for remembering and navigating environments. The study authors said, we found that people who grew up in areas with gridded streets could have comparable navigation skills to people 5 years their senior from rural areas, and in some areas the difference was even greater. Future research could focus on finding out whether living in a rural area could help guard against dementia conditions such as Alzheimer's.
So when you're driving around in general and you're in an area that you're not familiar with, I pick up on landmarks, or there's a garbage can on this corner or whatever, and all that stuff just sort of works in my backtracking. If I'm leaving an area, or I know, in general, I can remember all that crap. I'm horrible with everything else, but that's something I'm good with.
If you're completely out of your element, will you ever make an indication or make acknowledgement of like where the sun is to get an idea.
Yeah, I've done that.
I'll do that
Yeah,
depending on time of day, and I'll look at where the sun is. And
I'll
I'm
look for the
okay,
moss.
That's headed west.
Yeah.
You know,
that's when we did Bucksco versus Delco. You did. You put me in Bucks County, and I had to find my way to the Paxton Hollow Country Club, and I had. I used the sun.
Yeah.
I mean, at that time, I was like, okay, so the sun is over there. That means that's the east. So that means I need to go this way to go south. And that's how I was able to get to the turnpike really, really quickly.
The oldest of navigation methods. Yeah.
Yep.
Real quick, somebody had texted in. This is a good question. Why does Hawaii have interstates?
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
They have actual interstates on there, and those are supposed to connect the states.
other states, yeah.
That's pretty funny. Okay. Kathy, did you have something?
Oh, no, I was just, Casey was talking about Delco versus Bucksco.
All right.
We know you won, Kat. We know you won that one.
I was going to say, when you
Let's focus on what's important.
Oh, my God. You have that.
You want to go to dinner, Casey?
We still haven't taken you
I know.
dinner yet.
No, I was going to say when I was dropped in Delaware County, like it was all out of sorts.
Totally lost.
I mean, I stopped. I had to ask someone for directions because I couldn't even get my
You couldn't orientate.
No.
Yeah.
That's the old thing about guys. That guys won't stop and ask for directions. I've always.
I do
I
that.
have no problem.
I used to all the time. Yeah, I would pull in the day when you had to pull into a gas station to ask for directions. I would do that. I didn't care. Yeah.
What I loved so much too was I think I asked, it was either a FedEx or UPS driver for directions, and he very nicely gave me the directions right away. But I'm thinking to myself, he's probably thinking, why is she not using a phone or But he gave me the directions, not saying, well, just throw it in your GPS or something.
Right.
All right, let me pull something else out of the drawer here. Coins are in short supply in circulation because Americans aren't using them. And retailers and laundromats and other businesses that rely on them want more help in changing that. A group of trade associations that represent businesses, including banks, retailers, truck stops, grocery stores, and more, is asking the Treasury Department for more assistance in getting Americans to use coins and get them back in circulation. So I have a coin jar right inside the door when I walk in, and I routinely unload coins out of my pocket, something I did every single day. And eventually, after like 5 years, it adds up to a few $1,000.
You go to the coin store.
And then go and change it. Yeah. Dude, I have not put any change in that jar.
Since the pandemic?
Since the pandemic.
Wow.
On
Coins
just the rarest of
stopped
occasions.
getting used.
I just use my cards all the time.
For a good, for a good year and a half, I had the same paper money in my pocket. Just to have paper money, and never used it.
I'm still a cash guy. In fact, I probably still have coins in my pocket. Yep. As a matter of fact, I do. I probably
Where
have.
did they just? Hershey Park, I think. Was it Hershey Park? One of the parks just stopped accepting cash. Like it's out there. They will not accept any cash.
Really?
I think. Let me check. Let me see, make sure it's Hershey Park before I say
But I
that.
will at least once a week. I'll drop change into my little coin jar, and I do the same thing. I save it up, and
I miss it. I kind of miss doing it. I don't miss having the stuff in my pocket, and I don't miss all the change laying around the car.
Picking the goddamn thing up when it's 200 pounds.
I did the so Republic Bank. I'm not a member, but they have a coin store where they don't charge you any money if you're not a member of the bank or whatever. So, and I had done the thing where I guessed how much money, and I was like within $1. It was crazy. Wow. And so
they may not have it anymore. Do they still have it?
Yeah, they do. So I guess within $1, and you get a prize for that. So the lady wasn't, she didn't offer me the prize. So I asked, I was like, don't I get something for this? She's like, do you really want the kids' prize? I was like, yes, I do. As a matter of fact,
Why didn't you meet me outside behind the bank?
What'd they give you?
It was like a coloring book and crayons.
Oh, man.
I'll give you a score.
Yeah, Hershey Park will no longer be accepting any cash. So everything will be on cards. Now, if you do show up with cash and that's all you have, they actually have kiosks where you can convert it to like prepaid debit cards. And they said that there is no fee on that. So you just enter your cash and they'll give you a card.
Interesting.
Yeah, they'll take Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, and Google Pay, as well as all major credit cards and debit cards.
I wonder how far this will go. Yeah. I wonder if how many places will do that type of change.
Well, there's a lot of reticence in a lot of ways to go completely cashless and go completely electronic currency-wise.
Wells Fargo Center is.
You can see accounts can be shut off. People can steal, this can happen, and this is a liability. That's why I listen to William Devane and I invest in gold. No, but I mean those things. That's why those options are becoming, popular.
Wells Fargo Center, Citizens Bank Park. They are both cashless. And have you guys used?
Wait a minute, inside. As well?
Yep,
nothing.
Everything is card. So, but they do have, and I don't know if you've ever used one of those reverse ATMs where you put money into it and then they give you a card.
That's what Kathy was just talking about.
Oh, she was just saying that?
Yeah.
Wow, that's weird.
Yeah. They're doing that at Hershey Park.
Okay.
Yes.
But you said it different.
I did.
Yeah,
well,
you
I
did.
wasn't talking about Hershey Park.
Right, yeah.
I was talking about Wells Fargo Center.
Shut up, Kathy.
But it does. It's throwing people for a loop because also when you're going to park at Wells Fargo Center,
the parking pissed me off.
And so we had a friend who we were going to the Sixers game at the same time, and they were behind us. Thankfully, he's a cash guy. He had no cards with him. And he didn't know this until we were waiting in line, and so we ended up having to pay for him with a card.
I did do the same thing with my dad. He had cash and was not able to get into the parking lot at the Wells Fargo Center.
Don't they have things like reverse ATMs?
They do.
Yeah, but not in the parking lot.
You put the money in,
right.
and it gives you a card out, right? Yeah, I've heard of that somewhere.
Is there a service charge on those?
By the way, there was a coin circulation issue earlier in the pandemic, too, as the crisis disrupted people's buying habits, shifting purchases largely to credit cards and reducing small transactions to generate change. And because of the problem, the Federal Reserve restricted coin orders by financial institutions in July of 2020 and convened a task force leading to a campaign encouraging people to get coins into circulation.
I'll tell you what's happened with me is that, so I'll go into the Wawa, and where I would normally probably pluck out $1 or whatever if I was getting a cup of coffee, I'll still. And now it's just a robotic. Even though I'm getting hit with a charge, I'll still pay with a card.
I use the app in a lot of different places.
Oh, the apps are great.
Wawa, Dunkin', and because they can just scan it. I think probably in all of our lifetimes, we won't see the penny. I think eventually they'll take it out of circulation because it costs money to make pennies, and it costs more than a penny is worth.
Speaking of a penny, I have a question for you guys, if you can answer, because two of my kids have asked this recently, separately, on occasions when we've been in the car. Why does the gas price end in 9/10?
It's a marketing thing purely.
That's it?
Yeah, I mean, and it goes back to like the shortage in the 70s.
That's archaic.
Do you remember the mob?
It doesn't do anything. You
That's
know
how
what I mean?
the mobs. You remember along the Jersey Turnpike, the mobs scammed the gas system using that percentage.
The 9/10?
There's some way they worked it where they were, that's, or whatever it was before, it was that bizarre thing that allowed them to, up and down the turnpike, scam for the extra percentages.
Because also you're looking at the number, like if it's $4.99 or whatever, you're looking at it as $4 instead of really it's $5.
Well, I know that, and that's been a marketing campaign forever. Instead of saying $5, it's $4.99. But 9/10, 9/10 of a penny.
I guess it worked enough that they stuck with it. Yeah,
9/10.
9 times.
Well, anyway, I was just curious, and I thought it would maybe be more than that, but I guess that's it. Okay. All right. Anyhow, they're trying to get more coins. It says while coin deposit volumes began to increase gradually, businesses say the problem has come up again as people have stopped using coins and have stuck to credit cards, and the issue has the biggest impact on people who don't have bank accounts and rely on using cash. So they're still trying to get more coins in circulation. I think we got to wrap up. That's all we got time. Yeah, it's 7:50 already, so we need to take a break. Listen, we're going to play a contest at some point this morning because we got a lot of things to give away, so don't miss out on that. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. And the bizarre file stories are what we will get to when we return. Stay put.
The release on that we hear was bumped back again.
May 21st.
May 21st. Okay. Just to also
be ready. I'll be back on the show in no time.
Oh, you bet your ass. You made a critical mistake in answering our texts because we're going to be on you like white on rice. But and I just want to convey the excitement to people who may not understand. For example, and I think I mentioned to you this to you at the campout. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the original theatrical cut, really enjoyed. Yet there were some things like that. To me, were like, well, there didn't seem to be an explanation fully. When I saw the full director's cut with the additional footage in it, it took greatness and made it even better, because to me, all those things are filled in. To know that you've had this ability to go back and add in those little things, and I don't want to spoil anything. I had to do a little research, so I know there are a couple of new characters that make appearances that are going to rock fans' worlds. So yeah. So are you kind of like a guy who has the ultimate gift to give someone on on Christmas or whatever, and now you can get to see them unwrap it and get the reaction?
Yeah, I mean, that's a cool way to look at it. I hope fans take this opportunity to really, and I think if you haven't seen Justice League, at all, then I think this really represents an amazing opportunity to just kind of go deep into a world, and excited that people are going to get that chance.
All right, so what other press are you doing today? I know you have a watch party, so maybe you can talk a little bit about that, but where else can your fans catch you today? Yeah,
there's a watch party. I don't know if it's live, but I'm doing a thing for 300, weirdly, with Stephanopoulos, with the Hellenic League, because it was the I think it's the 2000. No, it's got to be more than that. It's 480 BC.
The anniversary of the Battle of Thermopylae.
Yeah, it's one of the anniversaries, but it's thousands of years. But that's exciting. So I'm talking to them.
Are you going to have anybody from the battle attending? Or?
Yeah. Leonidas is coming. So that's kind of weird that I was like, wow, that's a blast from the past, but you absolutely have to do that.
What an honor to have some of the original veterans in attendance. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We better hurry up and get their stories before it's too late.
Go, Preston, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And, I'm doing a couple of watch. Well, I don't even like you. I'm delirious, so I can't remember. I don't know.
It's early.
Well, shuttling me around, but always stopping here is important.
We appreciate that.
It was announced that you're going to do the Fountainhead. Is that correct?
Well, no, I own the Fountainhead. I don't really have we don't really have a model for it, but I've got it. It's kind of on the. I would say it's on a slow burn.
Okay.
Okay.
But we'll see. The next thing I'm doing, I'm trying to do this small movie that I wrote with my friend Kurt Johnstad, who actually wrote the script, called Horse Latitudes, and it's a movie that we want to just go shoot in South America, with two guys, and it's like a real sort of micro budget movie, and then
that's got to be refreshing. That's going to have to be.
Yeah,
that's like a complete diversion.
The actors, you know what I mean? So that's fun.
Cool. What does this mean, just quickly? You've got this. The reaction so far has been tremendous. Everything sort of stopped for the Snyderverse. Do you think HBO Max? Do you think we are seeing perhaps the potential for allowing you to complete your longer game in this?
Listen, I mean, I don't, that's not necessarily. I didn't make it with that intention. We did make the movie.
Yeah.
With the when we originally filmed the movie, we assumed there would be two more movies. That's kind of how the movie's made. There's a cliffhanger at the end, and I know it's rude that there's a cliffhanger for a movie that may not get a sequel, but it's just the way it was constructed, and I wanted to do it exactly as we had talked about. Look, I didn't think I'd be sitting here talking to you guys about this. Yeah. So, you never know. Stranger things have happened. So.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if we talked about this or not, but Army of the Dead is going to be released on May 21st. And I don't know if we talked about where is it going to be released? I don't know if we.
That's on Netflix.
It's Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix has been amazing. You are going to get, trust me, you will know where Army of the Dead is playing and what it's about. Netflix does not. They do not play.
Yeah, they like to advertise. Yeah,
you trust me. And the trailer,
I saw it
coming really soon in April, like right at the beginning of April, like I think middle-ish of April. And the new trailer is just it's a butt kicker. I don't want to say A word because I know I'm.
You can say yeah.
Yeah, no, it's an ass kicker.
Well, then it is a ass kicker.
I do want to thank you again for joining us this morning, and then also I want to thank you because when I was texting with you the other day, my son was next to me, and I go, "Hey, I just got a text from Zack Snyder," and he was like, "No way!" And so I looked really, really cool, and he was like, "Tell him I said hi. I'm a huge fan." So I did, and then you texted back, and then I promised him I would say this. He said, "You have to put a character in your next movie whose name is Seamus, because that is his name."
Oh my
So
God!
there you go.
There we go.
There you go. It's super Seamus.
Yeah. Oh my God. My son's name is Ben. If you want to toss that in.
No.
Leave Zach alone.
Soon he's going to be doing shout-outs.
Yeah,
so it's
right.
Well, listen, Zach, thanks again. It's a big day for you and also for AFSP, like you said. People bring awareness to that and suicide prevention and getting therapy and for people who need it. So we appreciate the time. Yes, Casey?
Yeah, we do have information about that on our website.
Okay, yep. It's located.
That's
If
awesome.
you'd
Thanks,
like to
guys.
donate, you can.
Thanks,
Our
guys, for
pleasure.
bringing that up.
Great to talk to you, Zach. Good luck with everything and congratulations.
All right. You can go check out Justice League on HBO Max, and I will talk to you guys later.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Zack Snyder, guys. Wow.
huge.
Stoked for tonight.
Yes.
Or as soon as are you gonna watch it today?
I want to watch it straight through, and it's a tough thing on a school night. So I'm going to try. If not, it'll be tomorrow because I want to live and go into this world. I'm so damn excited.
All right, we're going to get right into this with a story. I love this one. It's about the band Korn. So when it came time to choose a name for the band, they had considered being called Larry.
Stop it.
Larry.
This is a great story. That was the name of their manager at the time,
Larry,
who had told them that they could not call their band Korn. Now, Jonathan Davis told Revolver Magazine that he responded, "Well, we're going to name it Larry then." And he's like, "F you." And I said, "Look, it's either going to be Larry or Korn. You effing pick it." And once they decided on a name, Davis said that the logo, this is interesting too.
Which is the K?
Well, it's the name, Korn, drawn out. The logo came about when he grabbed a crayon and wrote Korn with his left hand.
Oh, there you go.
gosh.
And got all jaggedy.
And that's it. Yep.
That's
Look at these people spend millions of dollars on highfalutin graphic artists.
Yep. Davis said that he credits them getting their record deal due to the number of stickers with their logo on it that they had stuck all over town. We had to share this little story. So every evening at 6 o'clock, we do a quick conference call with us, with the members of the show, just to see where we are in preparation for the following day's show. If there's anything notable that we need to be aware of, interviews and so on. And that also includes topic conversations. And so we're getting ready to wrap up the call last night, and then Kathy's got one more thing to add.
Well, Steve, so I was at a bachelorette, and Steve's like, did bachelorette produce anything? I was like, no, not really. It was actually pretty low-key. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
There was one thing.
There's one thing. I was talking to these girls. You remember how last week how Preston was saying that he likes to make sure that, his sexual partner has achieved.
Right.
Gets her cookies.
orgasm,
The cookies.
Gets the cookies.
Yeah.
Before going for the main course. And then Kathy says, and I'll say this verbatim because it's not vulgar or anything like that. She said, I didn't know until I talked to these girls that not all women will have an orgasm by having sex.
Yeah.
And so we're like, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden, you hear Casey go, I guess I should have told you guys that I'm in the car and have the Bluetooth on and Seamus is sitting next to me.
Well, I also brought up something from another conversation we're going to have about the wall sitting.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. But even that was more benign.
I just I was sex, orgasm, just all the words.
All the words. Coming out of Kathy's mouth.
And so Seamus is just sitting there in the passenger seat, and I just look over at him, and I can see him smiling, right?
God.
He's just pretending like he didn't hear anything, and I'm like, okay, he heard everything. Now, here's
I didn't think Kathy had orgasms.
well,
I mean, and honestly, of all people, And this is not the first. This is the
No.
second time
Yeah.
that I've done this with Seamus in the car.
I don't
Really?
remember the
I don't
first
remember
time.
the first time.
The first time I called in like a couple minutes late, and you had already announced that you were in the car with your kids. I didn't hear it, so at the end of I think I cursed, like I said the F word or something like that. But like I was like joking around trying to make you guys laugh, and then there was like silence in case he was like, did you not hear me say I was in the car with my kids? And I was like, nope, I sure didn't.
Sorry.
Here's the deal. I don't even know if he knows what that O word is.
Yeah.
All the other stuff, I'm sure he knows all about.
Right.
But the main juxt of the conversation, the gist, whatever. I sound like anyway. The main gist of the conversation, it being the O and women not getting to that. I don't even know if that all that stuff could have gone over his head, and he probably was looking that word up.
How old is he?
He's in 8th grade.
Maybe.
I don't know. But the kids have the internet these days.
Yeah, those kids.
Yeah,
And their
well, if
internet.
not, he knows now.
I'll tell you this, though, that's something that I've never had to deal with because it's just my wife, or we're transporting pets in the car. But it's such a common thing. There's no way that doesn't happen all the freaking time.
Yeah, Shell and I instituted a standard greeting, which if you're in the car and Rochelle says it to me, she goes, "Hi, you're on speaker. So and so is in the car with me." Like that's the first thing that comes out of her mouth.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Now, in my defense, when I joined the call, there was already a conversation going on, so I didn't, so I couldn't bust in and go, "Hey, by the way, I'm a speaker." I just
normally it's okay. Like the majority of our calls
It's pretty benign.
it doesn't get that detailed or graphic.
But when you're all worked up and horny, it comes through.
Apparently I needed to.
Kathy's all horned up.
Well, Casey a couple of weeks ago suggested maybe we do, I forget, it was like Zoom call or FaceTime or something for our conference calls. And I was like, I can't do that because my phone is always on speaker, like when I do the conference call, because it's dinner time and, we're either cooking, cleaning, like whatever it is. And Jace is always there. And when I feel like, or like sometimes there'll be like a curse that slips, I'm like, and I gotta quick get the phone and put it up to my ear.
Yeah. So whenever I talk to my buddy Jeff on the phone, you're pretty sure that the conversation is going to go to an NC-17 rating.
Right.
So we always will go, are you on speaker? Are you alone? Or whatever.
Right.
I mean, but with our conference call, and also my kids are older now, so it's like, but when they were children, it was like, hey guys, by the way, I got the kids in the car.
Well, it's for me, it's like my a Christmas story. We heard all that stuff from my dad, and so it was all part of the deal. But we never received calls through Bluetooth in the car.
Yeah.
I was in the back seat when my dad was driving. It was something that didn't happen.
Did anybody see the South Park quarantine special?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched it with my son over the weekend, and the last 5 minutes of it, there is a giant phallus that Mr. Garrison is carrying back into town. And my son, who is a little bit older than Seamus Casey, could not stop laughing. But he was laughing so hard that he was like holding the pillow in front of his face. So like we dance around the topic, but the older he gets, the dancing just becomes less overt. You're just like, all right, that's fine. Like he knows you don't want to be the person. I don't know. You don't want to be like overt about it, but you also know that he knows.
Listen, I've told my, and I say this time and time again. Listen, my kids are going to hear this stuff in the schoolyard, which is fine.
Right.
I don't want them teaching this stuff in the schoolyard. There's a difference, right? So
You want them getting shed talks.
No, but at the same time, with the whatever they're watching, it's like, all right, there's that weird fine line between condoning and encouraging.
Yes.
And so I don't, like, my son is now watching clips of The Family Guy, and he's getting such a kick out of it, and I hear him cracking up. And
Somebody had texted in and asked what they're saying in the second line because it opens with, I want to be the connoisseur, and then something. And I don't know.
That's a good question.
I've got the rest of it, but what?
Play it again. Can you do
You
it?
want,
real
yeah,
quick?
we can play it again.
I got you.
Absolutely. Everybody get it?
Something on the floor?
On the floor, yeah.
Okay. Well, we will have to ask the ladies in Froggy what that line is. So all I know is it gets me in Friday mode.
Oh, it's awesome.
I actually start to salivate when I hear that song. All right, let's get to the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Monster Jam. The Big Leagues of Monster Truck Competition comes to Lincoln Financial Field. That's April 16th. You can visit monsterjam.com for details. All right, a Texas man has been arrested by police after they discovered the skeletal remains of a person suspected to be his son being kept in the man's kitchen.
Oh, man.
Police arrived at the home of David McMichael on Tuesday as they received a call to perform a welfare check on a man that was residing there. He's 67 years old, by the way, so his son would have been an adult. When Mr. McMichael answered the door, the officers asked the man if he knew why they were there. The 67-year-old then replied, according to police, that Mr. McMichael advised them it was because he had a body in his kitchen. The man, police said, later explained the body was allegedly his son, who had died in May of 2018, nearly 4 years earlier.
How did he die?
I don't know that yet. So the police have not confirmed if the human remains found in McMichael's kitchen are, in fact, his son Jason's. But the body has since been taken to the Southwestern Institute for Forensic Sciences in Dallas for autopsy and further identification.
Well, I got a couple of bodies in here. Let me see if we can find the one you're looking for.
The 67-year-old Texas man was charged with abuse of a corpse so far, so we don't know if there's going to be any more, like if he killed him or whatever, or one of these people that has a family member die and they just leave him there, you know?
Attic or basement?
Yeah.
Not in the kitchen.
In the kitchen.
Where
Come
you
on.
eat. Where my children play with their toys.
Yeah. A federal court jury in Vermont on Wednesday awarded a Florida woman $5.25 million from a doctor who used his own sperm to impregnate her during an artificial insemination procedure in 1977.
Bad cricket.
The federal court began deliberating on Tuesday and returned the verdict on Wednesday. The jury awarded plaintiff Cheryl Rousseau $250,000 in compensatory damages and $5 million in punitive damages from Dr. John Coates. The jury, through its punitive damages verdict, sent a message to any physician who might think about lying to their patients or using their own semen to inseminate their patients, according to the woman's lawyer.
Now, if the doctor looks like Henry Cavill, probably not a big deal.
Yeah, maybe it's different in that case. But such behavior, they said, will have serious consequences. Last month, the Vermont Medical Practice Board permanently revoked Coates' medical license. Coates, who practiced obstetrics and gynecology in the central Vermont area in the 1970s, is now retired. But last year, a Colorado woman also sued Coates, accusing him of using his own genetic material when he artificially inseminated her in 1978 at what was then Central Vermont Hospital.
So how many of these stories have we heard? There have been a fair amount. Isn't there some sort of vetting procedure? Maybe like, you do a second verification on some apps. There needs to be some sort of verification that you're getting what you want put into your body.
Well, keep in mind, these particular ones were in the 1970s.
Well, this is artificial insemination, so that wouldn't be, okay, I got it.
So the remains pending in U.S. District Court in Vermont, or that case remains pending. The original complaint says that Coates agreed to inseminate Cheryl Rousseau with donor material from an unnamed medical student who resembled Rousseau's husband and had characteristics that she required. So they specifically
Right. And so, but as you point out, this was years ago this happened.
Yeah, so and it's you'll love how they found out about it. Rousseau had wanted a child with her husband, but he had a vasectomy and could not be reversed at that point. Coates has performed the artificial insemination but inserted his own genetic material. Now, the Rousseau lawsuit says that they discovered what happened when their now grown daughter sought information about her biological father through DNA testing. And that's how they found out it was him.
Oh, you know what? So that's probably with all the 23andMe and Ancestry.com. If you're going to start uncovering these cases, that's going to be one way to do it.
Absolutely. Yep. A Michigan man who spent almost 5 years in custody, is suing Hertz, the rental car company.
Yeah.
For failing to provide in a well-timed method a receipt that might have proved his innocence lengthy earlier than he was than when he was convicted of a homicide.
They were sitting on evidence?
Yeah. The proof from the automotive rental firm was lastly obtained in 2018, resulting in Herbert Alford's exoneration in Ingham County, final 12 months, it says here. Alford filed a lawsuit in opposition to Hertz on Tuesday, though the case will probably be slowed by the corporate chapter reorganization. He's searching for monetary compensation. Alford was convicted of second-degree homicide in 2016 within the capturing loss of life of Michael Adams. The Hertz receipt confirmed Alford was renting an automotive at a Lansing area airport across the time that Adams was shot. He was killed in Lansing, in a Lansing neighborhood 20 minutes away from the airport.
This wouldn't happen if he rented from Avis because they try harder.
Prosecutors stated that Alford's cell phone data confirmed he was driving to the airport within the moments after the capturing. However, that proof was by no means launched within the case. So I don't know why they were hanging on this to this simple receipt.
Yeah, I can't.
But apparently they didn't do it. And so now he's going to sue because he would have been out of jail much sooner.
Who would have maliciously have done that? I can't imagine.
Well, Steve, I mean, OJ used to be the spokesperson for Hertz.
That's right.
And if anybody is an expert at hiding evidence, they were in a pair of Bruno Mali shoes.
All right, and then finally, Chicago police late Tuesday were investigating how a drunken man managed to hop a wire fence at Midway International Airport and try to stop a private jet from taking off by actually jumping onto the aircraft. The man managed to scale the barbed wire fence that blocks off Midway Airport. The fence is about 10 to 12 feet high.
Are you going to Barbados by any chance?
The man got onto the tarmac, and police said it looked like he had left his shirt, shoes, and even pants behind.
Or is this plane hitchhiking?
Police said it was around 4:45 p.m. when the man jumped the fence. He tried to stop the plane from taking off, but then he took off his clothes.
That'll do it.
A pilot is heard saying over the air traffic control scanner, "This guy is stripping butt naked right now." The man had no shirt or shoes on. His jacket was left blowing in the wind on the barbed wire fence. Police said the man appeared to be intoxicated as he started walking toward the small private jet. And on the air traffic control scanner, you can hear the pilot, who had just been cleared for takeoff, react as the suspect tried climbing onto the wing of the plane. He said, "He's right here. He's at the front of the jet, and he's trying to get in. Our door is open here."
What's worse, I can see his penis.
Later, the pilot said police had the suspect on the ground as he was giving them a fit. The plane was eventually allowed to take off. Chicago police said the suspect was quickly apprehended. He was taken to Loyola Medicine Hospital.
Man was never meant to fly.
For a mental evaluation, and charges are now pending for the man. And that is what I have in the bizarre.
That's crazy.
For you. Yep. All right, we're going to take a break. I think it's contest time.
It
when
is.
We get back.
We need to give away stuff.
Yeah, we got a lot of things that we want to give to you, so make sure you stay with us because we will get to that next. Stay put.
Probably. I don't know what he's, but my wife's like, it's not appropriate for him. I'm like, well, I know what I watched when I was 13 years old.
I think my like with my situation, my dad just got tired of trying to restrict it because and then my mother just sort of gave up. We tried, and and we were fine, but a lot of the stuff just went over our heads, and then eventually it was like somehow I just remember knowing about it. And I forget exactly where I became aware of it. It was a combination of both the schoolyard and my dad.
Yeah, yeah. I've got my two olders. They can say whatever they want to.
Yeah.
Right. It's free reign now. I mean, they're 20 and 18.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Whatever, and they will say stuff in front of my 13-year-old. So it's everything now
is on the table.
Is on the table, except for like graphic sex or anything like that. You know what I mean? So you can. I love when parents say, they've heard everything. When they're talking about their kid who's a toddler, he's heard everything. But
no, they haven't.
He may have heard all the words, not in a specific order though.
Yeah,
which can make it very graphic and dirty.
Well, like Chuck D'Amico, right? So Chuck D'Amico is part of our pod. I work with Chuck, and then so my kids and we see each other on the weekends. Chuck D'Amico says things that are like, I was like, I would never say that in front of my kids.
Yeah.
And he says it in front of my kids. And I'm like, well, I guess this is just where we are now, you know? Like,
Wait, Chuck says stuff in front of his kids that you wouldn't say in front of your kids.
He says it in front of my children. He says it in front of my
like
children.
What?
All right, so for instance, we were playing...
Using your mouth on a donkey?
No. Is it Scattergories? Yeah. We were playing Scattergories, right? And the things that are round came up, and the letter was T. And he said, and I'll just, so he said tiny toddies, but it wasn't toddies.
Right.
It was, boobs. And I was like, and like.
You were like, we don't say that.
So two points, man. You also, I know that, but you also have to remember, I also have I have the youngest of everybody, too.
Yeah.
So my sixth grader is there. My sixth grade daughter is there as well.
That's
so
not appropriate.
It's not. It is not.
So what you're saying is he's a bad dad.
Well, I'm saying he often forgets, and that we all have different parenting styles. So he might have said that in front of his sixth grade daughter but she's a sophomore in high school now. So there's a difference. And
you lose track.
When he did that, my wife and I looked at each other like, do I say something? Well, I'm saying something to him now. Don't say stuff like that in front of my daughter, right? Don't say stuff like that in front of my 11-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old Catholic school daughter.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Kathy, don't talk about orgasms in front of my son.
But I didn't.
Unless you're going to teach him how to give one to a.
Oh God! Stop it!
Dear Lord.
Stop!
We are crossing.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that.
territories.
Yeah, this isn't good.
By the way, I just jotted down. I need to watch South Park movie with my sons. I don't think we've ever seen that, and that gets as dirty as you can possibly get.
And watch this quarantine special because it's pretty damn funny.
Okay. And there's a huge phallus in it at some point?
Yeah.
Because there's a little one in the South Park movie where Saddam Hussein whips out.
Right. No, this is a giant man gets turned into a penis and gets hauled into town.
All right. Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, if Kathy's on your call and you're on Bluetooth with your children, make sure you say something because otherwise there's going to be
just let loose.
But literally, I would be the last person to say something in front of a kid.
Are we still on for the swingers party tonight?
Stop. Oh, God.
By the way, today is National Cheesesteak Day.
Yes.
So I figured
it's a food thing.
Food is on the brain.
Yeah.
And, we're gonna do some giveaways with Steakum in a little bit, who have stopped by this morning to give us some stuff to give to you. But let's have a seat and have a meal, if you will.
It's time for the Connoisseur in honor of National Cheesesteak Day. We're going to talk all things food.
We definitely are. Maybe we can get into a cheesesteak discussion at some point.
You know, there's a Goldberg's tie into cheesesteaks. They always run that episode.
Yeah,
where they,
donkeys.
Donkeys.
Right?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
the whole big thing was that the best cheesesteak in the world is not in Pennsylvania.
And you know what? It was really good.
Really
I need to get
good.
back there.
I know.
I'll have to, when I have a cheat moment, I'll do that.
Well, and some people call no fair because it's not on the long roll. It's on a Kaiser.
Yeah.
Poppy C. Kaiser or whatever. I got no problems with that.
I don't care. I think it just tastes great. That's all there is to it.
If you
And
put
less
it in
filling.
if you put it in between white bread, it's still a cheesesteak.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Word.
All right. So I've got my
Yes,
chef's
chef's
hat
hat.
on.
Your puffy chef's hat.
So we're going to start with this.
What is the technical name of that hat?
Chef's hat.
Chef's hat.
Is it literally just
I don't
chef's
know.
hat?
You got me. Because
Yeah.
there's a couple different ones. I think like sous chefs wear a different hat. And
Okay.
so there's a variety of different hats that are worn in certain restaurant situations. So it's called a toque, Steve.
All right, there we go.
So according to this, it says the chef's hat is officially called a toque.
That's toque.
Which is Arabic for hat.
All right.
While the term has existed for a few thousand years, the French popularized the word when referring to a chef's hat, according to Culinary Anyone. That's a website, I guess. By the 1800s, that hat has become known as the toque blanche.
Oh, because it's white.
Or white hat. Yeah.
I know you're about to get going with something,
Connoisseur.
I don't think a cheesesteak in between white bread is still a cheesesteak.
It is.
All right. Maybe we can come back to this.
I stand corrected.
No, I mean, is it called a cheesesteak roll?
Yeah,
it's called cheesesteak.
I think you've bastardized the sandwich by putting in between white bread.
Okay.
If we're going to come back to cheesesteak,
You talking about
later.
sandwich bread, just regular sandwich bread?
Yeah, I mean, what if you put a hamburger in between two pieces of white bread? Is it not a hamburger anymore?
I will
It's that you didn't have any rolls left and you had nothing else to use.
I will accept a Kaiser roll, but white bread, I think you are killing the very being of what a cheesesteak is.
It's still a cheesesteak. I'm not saying I'm not killing the being of it, but it's still a cheesesteak. If you put peanut butter and jelly on a hoagie roll, it's still a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Would you then call it a steak sandwich? Because I don't see that as a steak sandwich. A steak sandwich I see on a roll.
I think if you put it on a bagel, it's no longer a cheesesteak. I think if you put it on white bread, I'm thinking
the bread has that much sway over it. You think?
Yeah, I think you have ruined the very concept of a cheesesteak. I think it's like steak sandwich ingredients on white bread. I think it's no longer a cheesesteak.
Put some documentation together and send it on over.
Let me ask you: you have a problem with cheesesteak egg rolls? It's still called cheesesteak.
It's not even remotely a cheesesteak.
It's still a cheesesteak. It's called
got cheesesteak ingredients.
Cheesesteak.
No, it's not.
It's a cheesesteak egg roll.
Call it a cheesesteak egg roll.
I'm
Then
yelling
don't call it a cheesesteak egg roll.
You think that's a cheesesteak sandwich because
it's got cheesesteak material in it.
It is not a cheesesteak sandwich. It has cheesesteak. What makes
Ingredients.
it has cheese steak, but it does not. It's not a
an egg roll.
cheesesteak. In the classic form, it's a cheesesteak egg roll. Cheesesteak egg roll.
I just want to point out to everyone, looking at Casey's body language, he's deadly serious about all this, right?
Well, it's
And
dumb.
he's wrong.
It is a dumb conversation to have, and it's
Okay.
It's a dumb. Listen, it's a cheesesteak. It's what is inside the roll that it's named after. It doesn't matter what you wrap it in. It doesn't matter.
And cut Nick some slack because he's had really loose bowel movements for the past day or two. So.
He's not thinking right.
Yeah.
He's low on electrolytes.
Just had a visit down to the third floor.
Did you make a cheesesteak?
Well, no, but man, do they got a nice bathroom down there.
Sony has recruited Zachary Levi to star in Sony's live-action adaptation of the classic children's book Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Did you ever read that book, or did your kids?
I don't remember it. I know the title,
So do I.
but I don't remember what it's about.
It was a staple in our household when Ben was 3 and 4 years old.
Okay. And I love Zachary Levi, man.
He's great.
He seems like a guy I want to know.
We could absolutely hang with him. At least it seems that way.
Yeah.
I loved him in the show Chuck.
The story, published in 1955 and written by Crockett Johnson, tells the story of a 4-year-old who created worlds around him with his crayon.
He is the voice of Flynn Rider, correct?
He is.
Yeah. Which is a far superior movie, Tangled, than Frozen.
Yeah, I know you're a big proponent of that.
Casey's opinion.
Yeah.
And I texted you guys about Flynn Rider last night.
I saw that, and by the way, I was looking at the cover of Herpel and the Perilled Crayon
and the hairy donut. Herpel and the hairy donut.
Hey, I know someone named Christine Herpel, by the way.
Okay. We do.
We do. She's working at NBC.
Not her first name, but
Herpel. It's not. It's Meeston Moidy.
Herpel.
Herpel. I love Herpel.
I mean,
I'll let you guys laugh it out, and then I'll laugh.
It's hard when it happens.
funny.
It's just there. You got to get past it.
So anyway, yes, Nick had texted over something about the fact that the people have voted that Flynn Rider is the sexiest Disney character ever. According to who?
This guy, Kevin Sparrow, did a Twitter poll.
I just think he's
he did a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Nipple piercing.
Yeah.
Not piercing in general. Never has appeared to me. Appealed to me. I've never had a pierced ear, nothing, nose.
Pierre has both nipples pierced, right?
I think he does. Yeah.
Ooh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have 5 in my ears.
Do you really still?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
nipples?
I got 5 nipples. I got 3 nipples in the left ear and 2 nipples in the right ear.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I can stick earrings through them right now if I wanted to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It didn't look right. I tried. I was in alt radio and, and every time I looked in the mirror, I'm like, I don't look like an earring guy. Yeah.
I had my nipple pierced.
No, shut up.
Are you kidding? Miss Needle Phobic?
How long have we known you? We
Happy birthday, Preston!
Thank you.
Yeah!
Birthday present from Ken Romano.
Birthday miracle!
Revealed that she had her nipple pierced.
I still don't believe it.
Smiling,
She was smiling when I brought this up. She looked at me holding up her hand, meaning I have something to say, and you had this bizarre look on your face.
Wow.
Oh, my
Look
God.
at Steve.
Steve
Is so
can't even
perplexed.
speak.
No,
Steve doesn't know what to
this
do.
makes sense, though, because sometimes I'll see Kathy walking around, and she'll have a kettlebell suspended from her crotch. And I'm like, what's that?
Okay, so
What's that attached to? And she has another piercing.
let's unpack this here for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
so
I can explain.
By the way, I need to
Number
mention that
one,
MM March
your
Madness is
depth.
brought to you by Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram City. And since we're on the subject of music, I think we're going to do a music-based contest. And we haven't done this in a little while. If you're interested in winning some prizes, call in now because we're playing Loop There It Is. Yep. Very easy in concept. Whether or not you can win in it all depends on how good you are at identifying a small, tiny snippet of a piece of a song that is repeated over and over and over and over. And if you listen too long, it turns into its own thing.
You have just said that I think the best advice you can give, which is to kind of go with your first, as quickly as you come to a decision, because oddly enough, you'd think by listening to it longer, that would help. I find I get more confused the longer I listen.
215-263-WMMR. Case we have a variety of things. You want to give kind of a rundown of what we're going to be giving away?
Yeah, we have just so much stuff to give away this morning. We have cases of Troganator Double Bach.
Yeah.
I have to have that
There you
ready. All right. We also have pairs of tickets to see Jerry Cantrell on Sunday.
Yeah.
We also have pairs of tickets to see the Phillies take on the Mets on Tuesday, April the 12th.
Yeah.
We have Blu-ray combo packs of Sing 2 with Matthew McConaughey. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. And then also we have pairs of tickets.
I thought that was
No, that's March Madness.
Okay.
I have not been able to get the mock thing up yet. But then also we have passes to, hang on a second, Y-E-A-H, spells and then we have passes to see, what is it called? Ambulance, and that's going to be on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Nick, I didn't get a out of you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You watch your ass.
Thank you.
Did I not put that up there yet?
Mister.
By the way, that's a Blazing Saddles reference.
Yeah. Although I was doing Spies Like Us.
And what did you say?
You better just watch your mouth, mister.
Oh, that's when he wants to get the Disney Channel for free?
Yeah, he's way down in the basement. Anyway, back to the contest.
Back to the contest. So here's what we need. Callers on the line, 215-263-WMMR, and we will play a snippet of the song that is repeated over and over. And if you can identify the song, you win the prize. It is that easy. And we have all kinds of tunes. Thank you to Marissa for doing the legwork on this.
She does a fantastic job with all these things.
Dynamo. All right, so we'll get our first caller on the line, and we will play. I have Jimmy who's checking in. Yo, Jimmy, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
All right, good morning, Jimmy. We are playing Loop. There it is.
We're still just a couple of seconds away from actually being ready for said contest.
Oh,
you're gonna have to give me a
Jimmy.
we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're ready.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't. Is that it?
Yep, this is it right here.
Okay. Jimmy, I'm going to put you on hold. Listen closely, okay?
All right.
All right, here is our first loop. There it is.
Oh man!
Wow!
I knew it at the very first, and then it started looping, and it became something.
And then you lose it, right?
It does.
Okay.
That's the liability.
Jimmy, any idea?
Wow. I thought, like Casey said, as soon as it hit, I was into it, and then it kept repeating and repeating and repeating.
Care to take a guess?
Oh God, no.
Sorry. Yep, I was going to give you 3 seconds anyway. All right, we'll try that one out. We'll try this one out on Tom. Hey, Tom, good morning.
How you doing?
Good. All right, Tom, you need to hear that again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm ready for you now.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, hang on.
You got to give me a second here because I want to do something with this.
Oh, yeah?
What?
Well, no, I got to rename it, and then I got to, I'm going to... Anyway,
Wait, no, you spelled it Yuah.
I know I did.
Y-E-A-H. Hang on. It's on the same piece of equipment that we're using to play the song on.
Yeah.
And Casey,
Yeah.
is saving it. And let me get that out of the way.
All right.
And here is the clip. All right, Tom, here it is. Okay, we'll see if Tom happens to know that. Tom, you know what it is?
I have no idea.
All right, thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
And we are going to?
I don't know. You would think we'd talk about these things ahead of time. We don't, okay?
No.
The Preston and Steve Show. This is how we operate.
We'd like to be surprised, too.
Marissa, do we want to get a text winner? You want to do that thing? She says, sure. That's what we'll do. Let me go to a third caller, though, and see if we can get it. I'm going to go to Nancy. Hi there, Nancy.
Good morning.
All right, Nancy. Do you need to hear that again?
Yeah.
Say yeah.
Okay, hang on just a second.
See ya.
Yeah, just say, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't have that on a hotkey?
It's coming.
Hey, I tell you what.
What?
We're going to move it over to my side over here so I can hit it more when you're doing this. And
You
we'll
can. It's on. It takes a little while for it to load into the Zeta system.
All right, I
so
got
you
it,
got to
man.
give me another.
I have an empty spot on the instant replay. We can pop it on.
We're working on it. All right, here's
We're fixing everything and we're curing the world.
Nancy, here we go. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. I can't stand it anymore. Nancy, what song is that?
I don't know that. Is it the song that goes, "Her placenta falls to the floor"? That one?
What?
She's talking about live.
Yeah. She's singing
Oh,
Lightning
the
Crashes.
placenta falls. No, it's not Lightning Crashes. Sorry, Nancy.
Okay.
All right. see
Nice
you
try,
later.
though. You came up with something.
All right, so Marissa found a texter, and his name is Bill, and Bill is going to tell us what it is. Bill?
David Bowie, Space Odyssey.
Yeah, Space Odyssey. You got it. Or Odyssey. That is correct.
We have the whole answer if you want that.
We have the whole clip?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
God. Here's it in context.
I'm gonna throw Bill. I'm gonna throw him a case of Troganator. Wait.
Yeah.
Double Bock, the Troganator Double Bock.
Yeah.
Is a beer for people who love beer, layered with notes of smooth caramel, stone fruit, and a fresh toasted grains. Enjoy the Troganator at Choice Deli, located at 1642 South Street in Philly.
Yeah.
By the way, this is a massive technological juggling act going on the other side of the board here that Casey's is having to pull off.
We're all set now.
All right, we'll go next to Chris. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
All right, bud, we got a fresh one for you. You ready to try this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Now I'm not ready. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. This is so goddamn stupid. Here's the clip for you. Loop, there it is.
Oh, easy.
Okay. All right, Chris, do you know what that is?
Is it Private Eyes?
It is Private Eyes.
That's how you do it.
Yeah. That is correct, sir.
Yeah.
And here's what we have for you.
All right, Chris, you got a pair of tickets to see the Phillies take on their NL East rival New York Mets on Tuesday, April 12th at 6:45 p.m. For tickets, you can go to Phillies.com. And did you know that they've moved the games up? They used to start at 7:05, and now they start at 6:45.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That is cool. All right,
Yeah.
All right, let me go to Jay. Hi, Jay. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Jay. All right, we are playing Loop. There it is. You ready for it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone,
Yeah.
All right, hang on, Jay. Listen up. Here's a brand new one for you. Let's see if you can get this correct. Marissa's done well with these today. These are really good. I will go back to Jay. And Jay, do you know what song that is?
Give it away, give it away, give it away now.
Yeah, buddy. That is correct. You got it right. Hang on. And here's the prize for you, sir.
All right, Jay, you're going to be really, really happy because you just got yourself a pair of tickets to see Jerry Cantrell on Sunday. That's this Sunday at the TLA on South Street. Some tickets are still available. Complete details are at WMMR.com.
All right, that means we need somebody new, and Angela's on the line. Good morning, Angela.
Hey, guys.
Hi. All right, Angela, you ready to play Loop? There it is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, hang on, Angela. Here it is for you. No? Okay.
I got it.
All right, we're going to see. Wait, stop. Shut up. We're going to see if Angela knows this. Hi. All right, Angela?
Yeah.
Do you know what song that is?
No clue.
All right, sorry. We got to let you go. We'll go next to Scott. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Scott. All right, do you need to hear it again, sir?
Yes, please.
All right, hang on a second. Here is the clip. All right. Scott, what song is that?
It just sounds like two monkeys banging, but no, I don't know.
You don't know. All right. Thanks anyway, guys. Appreciate it. Let's get another caller, and it will be David. Hey there, David.
I don't like chewing on things that should be sucked on.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Just nuts on my tongue. All right, David, do you need to hear it again?
Yeah, why not?
All right, hold on a second. Here it is. That ought to be enough. All right, David.
Unfortunately, I don't know. It's something by you too. I don't know.
No. It's actually a band that's in the Fantastic Four right now for March Madness. And I believe we're going to have to, so we're going through 3 callers, and then Marissa is going to get a texter if we can indeed track somebody down who happens to know the answer, and we will let them take a shot at it.
Nice.
You know what, while she's waiting, you waiting for them to answer? I'll do one more call.
Play the yeah sound effect again.
The yeah sound effect again? Okay, I can do that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's kill some time.
No, we'll do one more caller because Marissa's not able to get through. John, are you there?
Yes.
The Gadzooks. All right, John, do you want to hear that again? Or do you know?
I've heard it 3 times and I don't know it either.
Maybe this
Give
will
it a
ring a
try.
bell. One more time. Hang on a second. Okay. Anything, John?
No idea.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. People getting it on the text board, Nick?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 And they're
That's
also
not going to get old at all.
No.
You know, it's fun. People are playing along on the YouTube stream too. So in the comment section, they're guessing there as well, and they're getting it right. Nice,
excellent.
All right, we'll go to Brad, who is a texter. Hey, Brad, are you there?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, what song is that?
Everybody wants some.
Van Halen. Yes, sir. That is correct. Absolutely. Hang on the line. We'll get info from you, and we're going to set you up with this.
You won a Blu-ray combo pack of Sing 2 starring Matthew McConaughey, Reese Witherspoon, and Scarlett Johansson, and Bono, by the way. Own the collector's edition and 2 all-new mini-movies now on 4K Ultra HD, Blu-ray, and digital. And this is from Universal Pictures Home Entertainment.
By the way, Everybody Wants Some used wonderfully in the movie Better Off Dead.
Yeah.
It's true, with
Yeah,
John
yeah,
Cusack with the little claymation hamburger. It's one of my favorites. Just weird, out of nowhere scenes. It's excellent. Okay, so we need someone new to play along, and I believe that is Lindsay. Hey, Lindsay.
Hey, how are you?
Wonderful. We are playing Loop. There it is. Are you ready to play?
Yep.
All right. Listen closely. Here is your clip. Sounds like a car alarm after a while. All right, Lindsay, do you know what song that is?
You know, I know the song. I just don't know the name. I don't know the name of it.
Oh, you don't?
If you sing the lyrics, you might end up with the title.
No.
All right, no guess. Sorry, Lindsay. Let you go. Let's go to Jimbo. Hey, Jimbo.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
Jimbo, do you need to hear that clip again?
No, I think I know it.
What is it?
It's Dave Matthews. I don't know if it's ants marching.
It is! That is correct, Jimbo. And here's what we have for you, sir.
Jimbo, you got yourself a pair of tickets to see the Phillies take on their NL East rival New York Mets Tuesday, April 12th at 6:45 p.m. For tickets, go to Phillies.com.
Nice. All right. We have removing product. I love that. We'll go next to Erica because we have a new clip. Hi, Erica. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
All right, Erica, we are.
One?
What do you want to try that?
No, I want to do the one following.
All right, we'll do that next one. All right, Erica, we have a fresh one. You ready?
Ready.
All right, hang on, and here is your loop. All right, let's see if she can identify it. I will go back to her, and that is the wrong line. It is Erica. There we go. Erica, what song is that?
But I don't know. It's a really annoying loop.
Yeah, okay. All right. Fair is fair. You're correct. She's right. Thank you, Erica. We'll go to Frank next. Hi, Frank.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right. You need to hear it, or are you good?
Can I do the last one?
Yeah, that's the one we're doing. Yeah.
No, it's
Oh, the one before that. They gave the answer. No. Hang on the line. Let me play this for you again. Here we go. All right, Frank. No idea. All right, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. All right.
I'm not getting this one.
One more caller on the line. This is Kevin. Hi there, Kevin.
Mark.
Yeah. Thank you. All right.
All right, Kevin.
Kevin, do you need to hear that again?
No.
What is it?
Jane's Addiction.
And what's the song? We need the name of the song, man. You can't just say a band.
Caught stealing.
I'll give it to you. Been caught stealing. Yeah. You got it, Kevin. Yeah. Hang on the line. Here's what we have for you.
You know what, Kevin? I want to hook you up with some Phils tickets. So you got a pair of tickets to see the Phillies take on their NL East rival New York Mets. It's going to be Tuesday, April 12th, 6:45. For tickets, you can go to Phillies.com.
All right. We have a fresh one ready to go, and I have Lee that we're going to chat with. Hi, Lee.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Lee. All right, we are going to play a clip for you, sir.
Which one do you want to do? The one we skipped, or
No, I think that one's too obscure.
I agree.
What do you think about this one?
I'm cool with that.
All right, Lee, hang on. We're going to play this clip for you. Let's see if you can get it. Here we go.
Wow.
That's my favorite one.
That sounds like some sort of science fiction laser gun.
All right, we have Lee who's going to try to answer this. Lee, do you know the answer?
Not unless Vince Neil collaborated with Prodigy.
Thanks anyway, bud. That was good. All right, hang on. We'll go to Samantha. Samantha. Good morning, Samantha. How are you?
I'm very good.
Good.
Would you like to hear that again?
I need to hear that again.
All right, hold on. Here is the loop. All right, we'll go back to Samantha.
Oh, it's like right on the tip of my tongue.
You almost had it right.
Can I hear it one more time?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right, let's do this. Okay, Samantha, what do you think?
No, I don't have it.
That sounds like a car alarm, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
a lot of
does.
these do.
All right, up next is Mike. Hey, Mike.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
All right, so, Mike, do you need to hear it again?
No, I got to guess.
What is it?
Smooth Criminal.
Yes! Yeah! Mike. Hang on, here's what we have for you.
I'm going to hook you up with a pair of tickets to see the Phils take on the New York Mets on Tuesday, April 12th at 6:45. For tickets, you can go to Phillies.com.
All right, we're moving through these.
That was the Michael Jackson version, right? Not the,
No, it was actually the Alien Ant Farm
Was it?
version.
All right.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like Michael.
Listen, I have a video game emulator at home. It's got thousands of video games on it. One of them is a video game called Moonwalker. And it's the Michael Jackson video. And it is hilarious. I love playing it. And when he kills people, he goes, ow, like that. He makes that sound. And he does dance moves, and Bubbles is in it. And he rescues little kids. And anytime he rescues a little kid, they go, Michael.
Oh, no.
Oh my God.
Oh, in retrospect.
Oh, I know. It's terrible. But it's also.
Listen, I'm busy right now, but give me your number, okay?
The game is hilarious.
Did they sample him with Alien Ant Farm? Did they use his voice at all in that record?
Using modern-day electronic. Be able to record my voice and put me in a video game, Nick.
I don't know.
No, I meant in the Alien Ant Farm version of the Smooth Criminal.
I'm sorry, misunderstood.
Okay.
Doodoo feces.
I'll look at it. Doodoo feces. In summation.
Press, we only have 2 more here.
Okay.
And we are going to go, do you want to do that obscure one that we skipped over? Because that's one of the 2.
Let's save it for the end.
Okay.
Wait, we don't have, I see 1, 2, 3 more.
Yeah, I feel like these 2 are...
Too hard?
Too hard.
Too hard.
Especially that one.
I want to try the hard one.
Well, here.
I'll bet you Textures will get it, though.
Okay.
Let's do these 2.
Okay.
And then maybe we'll save this the first one that we passed on towards the end. They're difficult.
All right.
And one of them's like way out of format.
All right.
So let's try this. All right, we'll go to Pat. Hi there, Pat.
Hey, what's up?
All right, Pat, we are playing Loop. There it is. You ready to try it?
Mock.
Yeah. All right, let's see if you can get this. This one is not easy, okay? You know this band, but the song might be a little deep.
You can do it.
Hang on, here we go.
Wow. Maybe you can't do it.
No way I would have gotten this. In fact, I don't even recognize that from that song. So let's see. Maybe Pat will astonish us here. Pat?
You got an easier one?
No, we're committed now. Sorry, bud. All right, we'll try Steve next. Hey, Steve.
Hey.
Hey. All right, Steve, do you need to hear that again?
Yes, please.
All right, hang on. Few texters are getting it right. So let's try. Steve, any idea?
Alice in Chains?
Nope. Wrong band, so the song will be wrong, so incorrect. All right, we'll go with one more here, and then we'll get a texter. If Angela can't get it right, but maybe she can. Hi there, Angela.
Angela can't get it right.
Okay, Angela. Sorry, Angela. You okay with that? Yeah. I'm just waiting for someone to go, yeah, like that. All right, thank you anyway, Angela. All right, Marissa is attempting to get a texter. That was a hard one.
So I wanted to ask you guys if I could do something for you, because what I've decided to do is I started the loop, playing the loop in the middle to see if that changes anything. Does that make any sense for you guys?
I know what you're saying. Yeah, another mini portion of it.
Yeah,
I think it'll still be like that one would be very difficult.
It's going to be the same loop. I want to play it because I just, so I started it in the middle of the sound instead of the beginning of the sound. I want to see if it changes anything.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what that sounds like. No.
Still pretty do anything, yeah.
All right, but we're going to go to Asia. Asia, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Asia, tell us, what song is that?
It's Bush, Chemicals Between Us.
She's correct, yes.
Look at you.
Yeah. Good song, but I never would have. I don't hear it that often. And
she's got a great name, too.
Yeah. All right, Asia, here's what we have for you.
Well, this informs my decision here, Asia. Do you have children?
Hold on, I got
to
put her back on. Asia, Casey wants to know if you have kids.
I do. I have 3.
Okay, well, then you're going to get a Blu-ray combo pack of Sing 2, starring Matthew McConaughey.
There you go.
Reese Witherspoon, Scarlett Johansson. You can own the collector's edition and 2 all-new mini-movies now on 4K Ultra HD, Blu-ray, and digital from Universal Pictures Home Entertainment.
Okay, we'll do this one, and then we'll try that obscure one last. Okay, so let's go to our next caller, and it is Sam. Hi there, Sam.
Hey there, how are you all?
We're
Doing
great,
well.
buddy. All right, Sam, how you doing? Everything good this morning?
Everything's fine. I'm enjoying this, and I love you guys.
We love you. All right, Sam, let's see how good you are at identifying a loop. I'm going to put you on hold, and let's play this one for you. Here we go.
Yep.
I would like to commend Marissa on her edits today because she's actually created some pretty cool songs here, I think. So,
You've got to get it right away. Once you get lost in it, then it's like you lose it.
All right, Sam, do you have any idea what song that is?
I'll tell you what. Let me take a look.
Take a look.
I came up empty. I don't.
He was looking in his filing cabinet.
All right, thank you, Sam. I appreciate it, buddy. All right, we'll go next
Under
to
loop.
Let's go to Jim. Hey, Jim. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good, buddy. All right, you ready to play loop? There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Jim. Hang on. Here's the loop. All right, Jim. What song is that?
It's on the tip of my tongue. Is it the White Stripes?
No,
give us
no,
the
it's not. Yep, I'll say no. Yep, nope. sorry, bud.
You'll when you hear it, you'll freak out. You
Dave,
know it.
Dave is our last person to give this a shot. So, Dave, would you like
How
to
you
hear?
doing?
Good, buddy. How you doing, man?
Good, good.
Do you need to hear it again?
Yeah, throw it on again.
All right, one more time. Okay, we'll see if he knows, Dave.
GNR?
Nope.
No.
By the way, I need a song, not just a band. All right, so Dave,
Music?
incorrect. Song. All right, Marissa's going to pull up a texter, and you guys all got that one, right?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, we'll go to Gene. Hi there, Gene.
Hello there.
All right, Gene, what song is that, please?
Gold on the ceiling.
Yep, by the Black Keys. We had Dan Auerbach on the show yesterday.
Yep.
All right, Gene, here's what we have for you.
You know what, Gene? I am going to hook you up with a case of Troganator Double Bock.
Yeah.
And the Troganator Smooth Double Bock is a beer for people who love beer, layered with notes of smooth caramel, stone fruit, and fresh toasted grains. Enjoy Troganator at Choice Deli, located at 1642 South Street in Philly.
All right. We're going to try this one more. It is very difficult. It is not a rock song. You would not hear it on MMR unless like Jackie Bam Bam played it on We Call It Friday Nights or Pierre had a special tribute, but it is from a musical legend.
Right.
Okay? So I will give you that. And let's see if we can get a winner. It's going to be hard, but listen, it's either that or we just hang up on you and say thanks for being on hold.
Get out of here.
So I'll go to Matt, who's going to give a shot at it. Matt, are you there, buddy?
Oh, yoo-hoo, boy.
Yes. All right, Matt, this is a tough one. You ready to try it?
I'll give it a go.
All right, here is the loop. Let's see if you can get it. By the way, do we have the whole thing we can play if nobody gets it? All right, so or after we reveal what it is. Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
What song is that?
I hear that train coming. Johnny Cash is singing about it. Folsom Prison Blues?
No.
Is it this, Preston?
You're all over it. Steve's got it right. Yep. All right, Matt. Sorry, buddy. We're going to play with another caller. It's David. Hey, David.
Bam, bam, smash, smash, bam.
Boom. That's well done. All right, David, hang on. I'm going to play this for you. Here we go. Okay. David?
My first instinct was walk the line.
Always go with your first instinct. That is correct. Yes. Johnny freaking Cash. And we got it on the second caller. David, here's what we have for you.
You have a pair of tickets to see Jerry Cantrell on Sunday, this Sunday, at the TLA on South Street. Some tickets actually are still available, and all the details are at WMMR.com.
Because you're mine, I walk the line. Do we have did Marissa send over?
Hello, my name is Johnny Cash.
The unedited version of that.
It is on the way.
Okay. Yeah.
Wait.
I know. I asked for these last-minute things. It does take some time. So
I walk the line.
I drew a line. Now I'm gonna draw a circle.
Nick, I'll give you $10 if the one that we didn't play. If you can get this, I'll give you $10. All
right.
Okay. Can anybody play, or is it just Nick?
Well, you can't play because you probably.
Well, I
read
won't
it.
play.
All right, but anybody can play.
All right, here we go. Oh, I never would have gotten this.
Is it Nirvana?
No.
No, then
I liked our version though, Preston.
Yeah.
It was fun.
It's good.
It's Monster Magnet.
Marissa has her hands up for.
Hold on, Marissa.
I was going to challenge you guys to ask somebody under 40 because Nick Murphy knew it immediately. I will try to change my musical genres next time, guys. I'm sorry.
What's the name of the song?
Space Lord, Mother.
Oh
Have
my
you guys
God.
that CD in your car in your 5-disc changer?
No.
Oh, you know to never do that.
No. When did that come out? I guess Y100 might have played that.
Yeah. It's so.
I don't remember it at DRE.
Yeah, DRE, Monster Magnet was. I remember because they had the copy wrong when the band first came on the scene, so it had it listed as Monster Maggot.
Which at the time, in alt rock, that would have definitely easily been the name of the band.
The video is like classic 90s. Like all the girls are in these neon outfits and doing like a line dance. Connor's pulling it up for you guys. It's
Don't quite
fabulous.
remember.
There were a bunch of texters that got it.
All right. Fair enough.
Oh, I remember this video.
Oh, you know what? That does look familiar.
It's Monster
Yep.
Maggot.
Yep. All right.
Oh, they're doing it in front of the Biff Casino in
The Biff Casino?
yeah, Back to the
Back to
Future
the Future too. Yeah.
Yeah, there. I think,
Biff Casino.
is that Reno?
Ooh, that's a good name
I
for a
think
band.
that is Reno.
Yeah,
Biff Casino.
I'm writing
Biff
that down.
Casino.
Solo artist or band. Biff Casino.
Biff Casino.
My go-to-sleep movie last night was regular Back to the Future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Regular.
Yeah. Not decaffeinated.
Regular
Yeah.
Back to the Future.
This just in. Casey Boy revealed his sleep movie last night, the original Back to the Future.
Regular.
Is that what you put on most often?
No. But I was going through. I actually. I searched for it last night. No. Usually it's just something that
that's
I know.
on. Okay.
No, not that it's on.
All
But
right.
something that I know
All right.
that I don't have to like watch.
All right.
All right. I also wrote down regular Back to the Future. It's a potential band name. I don't know. That's a bit muff. That's a bit wordy. But Biff Casino is perfect. All right. Thank you for playing Loop. There it is, friends.
Yeah.
That was fun. We have not gotten to that one in a while, and it was good to shake off the dust and play that one for you. So, all right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment, and I believe we're going to dive into some food when we get back. Stay with us. So we'll return shortly. Has to do with that. Number 2, you're so pristine when it comes to anything that
She has a
has
perfect vagina.
to do. Well, by pristine, I mean
No tattoos, yeah.
Unblemished.
and also
Unblemished,
no touching any even remotely
Yucky
sexual areas, naughty areas of the body.
Well, you've been scarred by your mother.
Let me sit down here.
I know.
Okay, sit down and I'll tell you the
'Cause I wanna
story.
hear
There's got to be a catch
Casey,
here.
fan him. Fan him.
Please.
There's a catch here. There's got to be a catch.
All right. How long ago?
Okay, so
Last week.
no, let me think about this. Okay, I think it was college. Yeah, I was in college.
It had to be.
Somebody had to have been kidnapped, and like this was the only way to get them released.
Well, I was trying to think if it was after college, but it wasn't.
Like a
So-
spring break thing?
No, so it was in college. I had a very good friend from high school
turned stripper, she was getting things pierced.
Okay.
And so and by the way, she hid from me that she was a stripper for a long time. So I didn't know she was a stripper, but she was. Anyway, so she was going to get something pierced. Now, I grew up, my mom always taught me, do not get a tattoo. In 10 years, you're not going to like it. You're going to pick something today and you're never going to like it. And so that stuck with me. What she was okay with, now I don't think she knew I got my nipple pierced, but what she was okay with was piercings because you could always take them out.
Right. They grow back,
yeah. So I had piercings all the way up my ear, in the cartilage, all of that.
Yeah.
I had my belly button pierced. And
I didn't know that either.
So at this point, then there was like, well, what else do I get pierced? My friend was going to get a piercing. I forget which. She was getting her nose done. I didn't want to get my nose done because I have terrible allergies. I'm like, that thing's gonna go flying when I blow my nose. So we were just there, and she was like, just do it, just do it. So she basically convinced me, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. So
was it a dude who did it?
It was a guy who did it. We went to like a place we were in New Hope, so it was like a piercing place. It wasn't like some corner store. I felt comfortable. It was very like doctor-esque.
Right.
The room was set up. So I did it. I got my nipple pierced.
You were drinking beers?
Listen. It was terrible. It was an awful, awful experience. My body rejected it.
Oh.
It never healed ever. It was like a massive infection.
Wow.
And my boyfriend at the time was fine. He was finally like, "What are you doing? Just take it out. It's not gonna." Because I thought I went through all of this.
Yeah.
Like I had a needle go through my nipple. Like help me here. So I didn't want to take it out because I went through all of that. It was terrible. It was terrible pain when he did it. Afterwards, it was awful. So I did not have it very long, and I ended up taking it out.
Was the intention to get both of them done initially, and then you
No.
stopped after one? No,
Just
you just want to
one?
get
I was
one.
just getting one.
You seem more like a completist.
See what
Was it
happened.
A stud,
It was a ring.
It was a ring?
Yeah.
Ring.
It was a ring. You
All
had,
right.
but I mean, it was terrible. It was so bad. It was so infected. I had to put a gauze pad in my bra because it was infected, and no, it was disgusting. It was awful. Yeah.
So that's horrible. That's disgusting.
Awful.
I have to imagine, did you at least become woozy during any of these piercings when you're as needle phobic as you are?
So the thing with needles and me is if I can't look at it. That's every time I have passed out because of it. I watched it. So I watched Jace getting stitches. I watched the needle go through his chin.
Right.
I saw the skin pull, and I was like, that was it. I was out. So each time I was watching it. So this obviously I didn't watch. I closed my eyes, turned my head, held my stripper friend's hand,
held
and
your nipple out.
Put my nipple out, and there we go.
That was it.
And do you have scarring to this day from
so
it?
yes, there's a tiny. You wouldn't know. Here, I'll show you. Come here.
Come on. Let us decide. So we'll try to pick the one out.
When
You wouldn't know. It is a tiny little spot. Yes, I can see it. It's on one side, but if you guys were sucking on my nipples, you would never know.
If we're sucking on your nipples.
Well, leave it to Kathy to make a story like that unsexy.
Wow. So I don't know. It was pretty sexy.
It started off sexy, and then the infection and the gauze.
Yes.
How many days or weeks did it last?
It was in a couple of weeks. Like I said, I tried. I went back to the guy. He was like, here, gave me, cleaning and this and that and whatever. And it just literally my body was rejecting it.
Is that why your nipple whistles now and then?
Every once in a while.
Did your mom find out about this right now as well?
Probably. Yeah, I think she probably found out
she's
now.
on the roof ready to swan dive into the parking lot.
So how long total do you think you actually had it in?
Nick, probably maybe a month or something, and it just was not getting better.
And always painful all the time.
It was so painful the entire time. It never healed. It was always painful.
Did removing it hurt, or was it
yes.
really? Oh, really?
No, hurt. And I remember too. I was in the bathroom at my boyfriend's house in college. It hurt so bad. College bathrooms was disgusting. It was so gross. And I was up there with my friend, and she was like, "That's it. We're taking it out." And we just, because remember the old piercer, or what they used to use. I don't know what they use now, but it had little balls on the end, so you had to screw the ball off so that you could take the hoop off. Yep. So it was the whole thing was just painful. It was awful.
Oh my God. All right. So the actual act of having it pierced, because I couldn't do it. It just seems like it would be so painful.
It was awful. awful. It was so painful.
What did they use, like ice? Or
People who say like, oh no, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad.
It's one of the more sensitive spots on your body.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
So sensitive.
Well, and listen, here's the thing. Oh God, here's more info.
My vaginal piercing.
No, I never did that. But I don't have very. Well, I can't believe I'm saying. I don't have very sensitive nipples, so I thought, oh, okay, I can do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not like the girls who are super sensitive and are always nipping through their shirts.
I've got tough as leather nipples.
Yeah, not so much.
So
not true.
when it was happening, did they get like browner or pinker or?
I hate you.
Somebody
No, but
says
I
call
will
the guy in New Hope. He'll be able to answer the
Hold on.
question.
But I will say, they would take pictures of all of their piercings, and I was like, "Oh hell no! Like, you cannot have a picture of my boob."
I am floored right now.
I am too, man.
So floored.
Well, we all remember Marissa's tongue piercing.
Yeah.
Remember when she removed that manually at home.
I used to have the audio
with the audio of that getting clipped off. Now that. When you initially got that piercing done, Marissa, how could that not hurt?
Because I was on spring break and it didn't matter. No, but did I ever tell you guys a story about when I came home and my mom saw it?
No.
So it was Easter dinner. At first, I should say, as soon as I sat up, as soon as I got a pierced, I sat up and I went, ugh. My mom's gonna know I feel my tongue pierced because my tongue just swelled up and I couldn't eat for a few days. So it was Easter dinner. We're all sitting around the table, like an Italian table. So we're talking and laughing like 2 hours after dinner. And at one point, I just opened my mouth really wide to laugh at something, and the whole table's laughing, and my mom just stops.
Oh, daggers!
And she goes, "What's that?" And the entire rest of the table starts cracking up laughing because they have saw it hours ago. My mom was probably cooking dinner and she didn't notice. So my mom collects herself for a minute and she goes, okay, all right, and starts laughing with it. And then she goes, well, at least I knew about the other one. And everybody laughs more. My dad goes, wait, what other one?
Before I do my intro, can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
She's here! Amy.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
All right, well, no, it's all right. I like to always to do a nice big intro, so let me do that now. Ladies and gentlemen, from Evanescence, it's Amy.
Hi, guys. What a nice intro.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's great. Listen, we had just played Better Without You. Leading right into this, and of course, it's on the album, The Bitter Truth, which is finally out. And I wanted to ask you about that because you were talking about this album. I mean, was it done already, like in 2019? I mean, in the can and ready to go or close to it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
We really wrote most of it last year. Yeah, during everything.
All right, then I had read that you had asked, you wanted people to hear it at that point, so I read something incorrect. Oddly enough, there was some misinformation that I found on the web.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, we started it a while back. We'd been working in bits and pieces through 2019 in between tours. We just sort of started putting time aside when we were all together. We live all over the world. All over the country, and now we have a member who lives in Germany, Jen, who we've been away from since before the pandemic. She's been with us remotely on this thing since the first 4 songs, but we made it happen. We really did.
It's such a
believe it. Hallelujah.
No, it's very cool, and honestly, the entire world has gone through a maelstrom of stuff. Obviously with the COVID and all that stuff. And then you guys have also, all of you at some level, been dealing with personal crises. And, here you are at this end of it, releasing music into the world, connecting with people and what you love doing. Is there just a big sigh of relief now that it's out there? I can't imagine what that process is like and what you're currently experiencing.
It feels so good. Yeah. It really does. And for us, it's not something we do every other year. It's something that is, it comes out when it happens, when the inspiration hits and the time is right and everything lines up and we know what we want to do. So more than ever, it feels like a very special occasion for us. And, like you said, having so much to get off of our chest personally and just feeling connected, with the rest of the world in this time of the last couple of years, just strain and loss and frustration. Feels so good to be in a rock band.
Yeah.
pour all that out into the music. I can't tell you how good it feels. And now, I'm such a, I don't know, detail critic, always hearing all the little things I want to chip away and change, to finally have it done and not be listening to that anymore and just to listen in my car and enjoy it. It feels really, really good.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that in particular. So, and I would imagine all artists, musicians, maybe not all, but some go through this where you have this final product, you're very proud of it. It's sat for a little while, it's sunken in. Do you go back and go, man, I wish we would have done that. I wish I would have added this harmony. I wish I would have tweaked this and that. Are you okay with, or is that just natural?
That hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I don't think that about the new stuff. It's funny. I'm hearing so many little things when there's still the chance to change it. I'm hearing this and that and this and I don't know and maybe this and one more of this and we need more background vocals and all that. But then once it's done, finally stepping away, I'm like, I don't even remember all the details I was honing in on anymore. It just sounds great.
Yeah, you know what, and that's why I would be a lousy producer or anything in that position, because you constantly want to be changing and tweaking and doing this and that. You had Nick Raskuletis as your producer, one of the best rock guy that there is to it. And,
yes.
And does he tell me about your working with him and what that experience is like?
He's the best. He's incredible. And that's part of what makes that happen. He's very much in on the details like I am. We work really well together. We don't always have the exact same idea. It's good to have somebody who has different ideas and goes, hey, maybe you should try this one other thing. But really, it's so good to have somebody that you really trust who can say, when you're like, what's better, A or B? Like right. This take or that one, or like for me to go up here or go down here. Somebody who's just like a good sounding board of like, dude, it sounds great when you do it, when you go up. Let's go for that.
You got to have that. All right. I also wanted to ask, Steve had mentioned the fact that there's a lot there's a lot of message you're getting across with this music. There's a lot of things happening. You mentioned a lot of tragedy. There's some good things too, but I wanted to ask you on a personal note, when I will sometimes listen to songs for years and have no idea what the artist was the message that they were trying to get through in this song. Now, I may love the melody and the harmonies and the rhythm and all that stuff, and I like the song, but don't really know what it's about.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? When you've poured emotion, you've written these lyrics, you're getting across a very specific theme that you want, and people don't get it. Is that okay?
It's totally okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I write in a way that is very cathartic for me. And in some of these songs, I hear what I'm saying, and I'm like, there's no way anybody can hear this other than exactly what I mean. But there is. And something that's really beautiful about art and music is when people can take it and apply it to their own life, for their own particular personal experience, what they're going through, and let it be that for them. I think that's a beautiful thing. And it's funny because I want to break down and explain as much as I can about our lyrics, kind of, but there's another part of me that doesn't, because it's sort of better when you see what it turns into for somebody else. It's kind of more powerful that way. I've had songs that totally moved me, and I didn't know that they were about something for many, many years. I was like, oh, that's what that was about?
Yeah. But therein lies the beauty of the subjective nature of music. But there's something, and I wonder if you agree with this, and I think it might in some way speak to why vinyl has become more popular again. Having album cover art and having an artist, I used to use, when I would listen to music and listen to an album, an actual record, I would look at the art, and a lot of times you had additional messages being conveyed through that.
Yes.
Is that something you remember fondly? And yeah, that's a cool thing, right? We don't have that anymore, really. Yeah.
That's always. Yeah, we do. I do that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Because I feel like that's what's so cool is you can have there are so many different ways to express yourself, and to make an image kind of have a deeper impact. That's why music videos are so cool, dude. We actually just filmed our Better Without You video. It's going to be so cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
In Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, Casey.
I have a start out as well. I'm just waiting.
You had your hand up, so
I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Where are your headphones?
Yeah, they're right here. Yeah. I don't know. I just never hurt my ears a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right.
My ears are getting bigger, by the way. So
you ever have a jerk mate?
Oh my God.
Yo, ever heard of Jerkmate?
Wanted to give a very, very special birthday shout out to Miss Linda Lou, Linda Singer. It is her birthday today. So she asked for a shark out. I think she meant a shard out.
Yeah.
So this is for her.
I had that one too.
Oh, you shoot. I didn't know she was covering the whole area.
Yep.
Right.
All right.
You're just going to drop that ear knowledge on us and not have a follow-up?
It's not the time for
It's
that.
not-
All
yeah,
right.
come on, man.
We'll
Friday,
come
right?
back to
Read the room, Nick.
I'm sorry for distracting.
to his ears.
I know we had a linear path there.
All right.
That is my fault. I take
Dearest
everything back.
Preston, Jennifer writes, I write to you in hopes that you will wish my amazing, funny, kind, and now officially old sister Kelly a happy birthday shout out. She'll be turning dirty 30 on April 4th.
No, that's a great decade.
And even though our birthdays are 14 years and 1 day apart, and even though I got mad at her for stealing my thunder on her first birthday, my 15th, somehow we made it through to become the best of friends. She is my most favorite person in the world.
Nice.
The yin to my yang, the peanut butter to my jelly, the ranch to my pizza crust.
The vodka to my yeah.
She is the first one I call to talk about anything and everything, and the conversation typically includes, did you hear what Preston and Steve talked about? And I hope she has the most amazing day ever, and I hope that this shout out brings her the joy she deserves. I love you so much, Kelly. P.S. If you can do a why don't you forget the moose for a moment shout out, it would make our day so much brighter.
I think.
So she says, thanks. That is from Jenny Reagan, a.k.a. the best sister ever, is what she put down here. So we can accommodate that, right?
You hit that, and I'll hit mine.
Yeah.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
And there it is, all in one big, beautiful love basket. All right, and
It's
then
like an audio Rorschach test.
Okay. So two more things that are not shout outs. This is a mention. It's kind of a butt plug. I got this
More
from
like a ball tap?
Matthew Lewis, and he just wanted me to be aware of something that his company does. They're called Green Street Technology Solutions, and he said they've been collecting used plastic bags from their customers that they sell and deliver dry clean clothes in. And he says, we've collected over 500 pounds, and through a partnership with Trex, we are able to donate a bench on Friday, April 1st at 12 noon to Starkweather Elementary School in Westchester.
That's very cool.
It's a great idea to take those bags that otherwise would end up in a landfill and be there forever. And they're turning it into something that's going to be used. So they've and they're working on making more of these. So they were able to turn that throwaway plastic into a bench. So
Where you can sit.
Pass that along to them. And then a question, from someone. This is from Kevin Marks. Emailed me. Said, sorry to bother you at work. I need an impartial judgment. I have a little baby girl, and by the way, the subject line was Judge Preston.
Okay.
It says, I have a little baby girl, and I'm currently on paternity, so I listened to the podcast throughout the day, and I heard Thursday's show about the worst excuse. You know, when people for canceling said people would, the guy who canceled Eric Church canceled his concert. My father-in-law's dog died from cancer about a month ago, and he bought a puppy the next week. My wife comes from an Italian family, and we do Sunday dinners. He now refuses to come to our house. We live 10 minutes away because he has to, quote, take care of the puppy. And here's my evidence, Your Honor. We had our daughter 5 months ago, his first grandchild.
Oh, no.
Every time we go over, he now plays with the dog and not his granddaughter. Mm-hmm. And now he and my brother-in-law, my daughter's godfather, play with the dog and not my daughter. Second evidence, my honor. We have two rescue Yorkies, a 13-year-old and a 10-year-old. When my father-in-law comes, he can't come over because he has to take care of the dog. Neither of our dogs are allowed to come over, and we have never said that we cannot go over because of them. Am I being unfair by not wanting to go over and instead wanting them to come over? All I'm asking is that we rotate who hosts every week. So thanks, Your Honor. That is from Kevin. So
what are you thinking?
Interesting situation. I think that it's still a little early on that he's only had the puppy for a month.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is a valid excuse for a little while. But very, very soon, I think it would be really easy for him to either bring the puppy over with him.
Or to crate it at home.
To crate it at home. And I also think that they can bring the dogs over to his house as well. I think that it's not out of line for wanting him to come to you guys. And also, rotating who hosts every week, that seems like a separate issue.
Would it be outlandish to wait till he falls asleep and burn his house down?
I think that's a little excessive.
A little excessive.
I think, though, I got your message.
Right.
I just want to tell you something that I despise. People who bring their animals over to your house.
Without checking
first.
But even the check, like, why
No,
are
I
you
love your panther.
asking me if you can bring your dog here? Like, no, your dog can stay home. You can come over and then you can go home to your dog when it needs to go for a walk.
I know you have 14 kittens and 30 baby ducks. Can I bring over my panther?
Yeah.
Right. My dad had used the dog excuse for a long time about not coming to visit us.
Yeah.
I said, I'm seeing a pattern here.
I know, yeah.
And I always thought it was pretty lame. I'm like, look, man.
Old man.
Look, old man. For 2 days, you can put the dog up at a kennel, right? You know?
You could.
Right. Yeah. And someone can leave their dog at home for a little while, if it's for 2 hours or something like that, just to stop by for an event. And swing by.
Well, that's what jerk mates are for.
Right. That's right. They a lot of people don't know.
Have you ever heard of jerk mates?
Yeah.
Yo, ever heard of jerk mate?
Yeah. Kath, I'm totally opposite of you. Bring your dog. I would love, as long as your dog is well behaved and won't attack my dogs or my children. Please bring them over.
I think it's presumptuous though to show up and not say, by the way, it's
no
ask
doubt.
first.
No, you don't just bring a dog.
Right.
But if you were to ask, and and the other option is you can't come as a result, and I do actually want you there.
But I think to Kathy's point, you kind of need to read the room, like I said to Nick earlier. Kathy, they don't. Well, they do have cats. So yeah, I wouldn't want to bring a dog over to a cat house. I would never do that.
That's a whorehouse.
And maybe that's why I'm not into it, because I've always been a cat house. Do you know what I mean? And so, listen, I don't want my cats spraying all over my house because your freaking dog is there.
Yeah, well, sometimes
absolutely,
to mark their territory. If they pick up the scent of another animal, that's why sometimes cats will spray at the doors of houses because
there's something outside.
There's something outside.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, I'm with you, Kathy. I think that's okay.
Can you send a pet in your stead if you don't want to go?
Oh, that'd be great.
I can't come, but Sparky's going to show up.
For some people, that's the preferable option.
Let me ask you, Kathy. If people do ask for permission to bring a pet over,
No.
Are you okay saying no?
Well, that's the problem. I will absolutely 100% say no, and then it's awkward. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, like, okay, so I recently had somebody, this was actually a couple months ago, had somebody at my house, and I said no. And so their dog sat in the car. Now, it was fine. The weather was okay outside, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But I'm like, okay, well, you can put her in the backyard. We have a fenced-in backyard. I said she can run around there. But then it started to get a little chilly. We walked inside. Now the dog is barking out at the back door. And so she goes and she gets the dog and she picks it up and brings it in the house. She goes, oh, I won't put her down. I'm like, meanwhile, my cat's hair is up. They're like hanging on the curtains. I'm like, no.
You've got to respect the house. And I think, listen, the rule of thumb is pretty much don't bring your pets with you.
No.
And you may have a special understanding, but I also think state what you want. No, I'd prefer that they not. I have animals, and they freak out. Should be enough of a reason.
People are bringing their dogs everywhere these days. When we were growing up, like your dog didn't come with you everywhere, and now there's dudes walking in Home Depot with their dogs and stuff. I'm like, what the?
Oh, I recently went to Kalahari, and the people who sat next to us at the table brought their dog into the water park, and I'm like,
was it a service dog?
Is that allowed?
It might have been, right?
No, it was not a service dog. Absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was weird. And the poor thing just sat there. It was kind of hot. They had a little carrier for it. It went in and out of the carrier, but there was no reason for it to be there.
Yeah, Case, I'm not a take your dog to the store person.
No.
I would never be that way.
The only store my dog goes into is PetSmart.
PetSmart
when
allows
we take him to get cleaned.
And I kind of like walking around they're over at Monster Pets too, which I go to. They'll have animals walking around, and they'll also, by the way, if someone's walking with their pet, ask if you can pet it first.
Sure. Yeah.
And don't just jam your hand in there and then let the animal smell. I see that happen all the time, and the animal gets frightened. So ask first.
All right, connoisseur.
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Friday edition of the Connoisseur, because we all love to eat. Take it away, guys.
All right, let's go to it. So there's a thing called pizza eggs. They're having a moment on TikTok. This is another TikTok thing.
Is there then pizza sperm?
There's a hashtag pizza eggs. It has more than 1.9 million views on the platform. The recipe typically has people making omelets with popular pizza toppings.
Okay.
While others involve actual leftover pizza slices and scrambled eggs.
Do you know, so to me, we're falling into the realm of what I think is one of the most glorious things you could possibly eat, which is breakfast pizza.
Breakfast pizza is great.
Right, so that's eggs on top of pizza.
But I'm intrigued by eggs with pizza toppings on it. Content creator Elise Myers, who has the highest viewed pizza eggs video on TikTok so far, makes her recipe using butter, pre-cooked chicken, pepperoni slices, salt, pepper, red pepper flakes, eggs, and cheese. Meanwhile, content creator and self-proclaimed professional eater Shay Spence first shared his pizza eggs recipe back in 2020 and then again this year. Now, his recipe involves cutting up pizza slices into cubes, frying them in oil before adding optional sauce, blended eggs, salt, and pepper, and then cooking it all on medium heat. That sounds kind of interesting. I did not take a look at what these things looked like.
No,
yet.
I'm trying to imagine what they would look like.
Yeah, but I like the idea of cutting up your pizza into cubes and then frying them real quick.
How do you cut it? Are you cutting it into squares? Or, I mean, that's the only way, a cube.
Yeah, I don't think
unless you had like a really
cube.
thick pizza.
Unless it would be the crust.
Possibly.
You could get away with that, but I'm intrigued by that. So anyhow, it's just another one of those things. I actually have another kind of TikTok creation, food creation, and they're called crack grapes.
All right, aren't they? I hear they're addictive.
When Erica Cooper first saw fellow TikToker Paola Yee coat strawberries and grapes in melted candy, she knew that she had to make a sweet treat for her daughter. So Cooper went to work unwrapping Jolly Rancher candies and sorting them by color and then melting the candies in the microwave to create a melty, sugary fruit coating.
And she'd put this on grapes?
Yeah, and all kinds of stuff.
See, I think grapes in and of themselves are delicious and sweet enough.
I agree.
I don't know why.
Yeah, it's
in fact,
ruining it.
I think there'd be two tastes battling each other. Don't you think, Kathy?
Yeah.
Or it would be like a piece of candy with a nice, squishy, juicy center.
So here's where I like it. I like when you have like dark chocolate covered strawberries or dark chocolate. My preference is blueberries. Love that. But in this case, I'm not so sure I dig just a regular grape, which are wonderful, covered this way.
Well, this is a riff on that because we're looking at pictures of strawberries and other fruit that is covered, and you know, it's not too far off. It's hard candy instead of chocolate.
It's candied apples. I mean, if
one of
you've
those
ever had
Casey, one of those are covered in the coronavirus.
Oh, yeah, it looks
you're
like
right.
it. But I mean, this isn't new. I mean, what the hell is this stuff that you put on? And I don't like candied apples. I like.
Oh, you don't?
No, I
You
like
like
caramel apples.
caramel apples
Caramel apples is fine, but
Yeah,
candy
I
apples
agree.
sucks ass.
They do. They do.
I think the court would agree.
The defense
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
Candy apple sucks ass.
My wife likes them, so I have to show some deference. I can't bring the hammer down completely.
I wouldn't really get one myself, but suck ass? Yeah. I don't know. I can't agree on that.
It's been years since I've sucked an ass.
Yeah, it has been.
Didn't that Dyson thing suck your ass?
Yes. Yeah.
It's the new bidet.
The bidet by design,
right.
but we're not sure.
But
There was an issue with the distended rectum.
That is a defense. That's something, a device sucking your ass, not you sucking ass.
No,
All right,
it's different.
So it's semantics. Okay.
Yeah. And honestly, in the world of candy, that's what it's about.
Right, yeah.
So she made her own attempt at crack grapes, which has since gone viral, garnering more than 20 million views. A subsequent TikTok about crack grapes in which Coupier gives tips for making the perfect candy-coated fruit has received an additional 10 million views. So people are loving this.
I like heroin hummus.
The recipe is basically the easy version of tangulu, she said. Tangulu, a Chinese snack made from crispy fruits coated in melted sugar, has also made its rounds on social media in recent years.
My name is Tangulo.
Yee, who has received over 50,000 views on her own TikTok version of crack grape, says that Coopier's comparison to Tangulu is spot on.
This would not be something you could eat, right, Kathy? You don't like heated or baked fruit. Could you do something like this?
Probably not.
It's not cooked. It hasn't cooked.
Cooked, but
It's encased.
I don't think I'd want it.
To make the cracked grapes, simply melt a few Jolly Ranchers and the microwave in a silicone baking cup, and then dip fruit stabbed onto a wooden skewer into the mixture to lightly coat it.
By definition, yes, I could do this. However, I don't think I would enjoy this, so I wouldn't.
Dried for 30 minutes time. The writer of the article said we place the opposite end of each stick into squares of green floral foam to hold them upright. And you could lay the candy also dipped on fruit and wax paper or silicone silicone mat to harden. And they said the result was crunchy, sweet fruit. So
I'm not sure.
Might be worth trying. Hang on, Eric has a question. Hey, Eric. Good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Hey, man. What's up, buddy?
Eric. Yo, can you describe the difference between a candy apple and a caramel apple?
Yes, one is coated in caramel.
Yeah.
And so it has a caramelly thick substance on it. But the candied apple is like a red, it's usually red-colored sugar.
That's what they're using,
that's
right?
hard.
Yeah. So it'll crack, it's crisp.
It looks like it almost looks like it's super shiny from like the Wizard of
Yep.
Yes,
exactly.
You're exactly right.
Yep, you got it.
When she gives her the okay.
All right. Thanks, Eric.
I do love a caramel apple, though.
Me too.
Or caramel or Caribbean.
It's a lot of work.
It is so much work.
Yeah, so
you're better off just cutting it up and
It's the only way, Case.
Connoisseur, I have a question.
Please.
May I make a hummus observation because Steve mentioned it? Right?
Yes.
Or do you, okay, so I was
now the courts heard it; they can't unhear it.
Right. All right. I was hanging out with a really nice Syrian gentleman last weekend, and he grew up with Middle Eastern fare and loved hummus growing up, and they would have all sorts of. It was usually relatively simple.
I like that.
He is, me too. Yeah. And he had a recipe that he shared with me. He is very furious at the fact that in this country there is a chocolate hummus that has been marketed as a hummus.
No,
he says that it's a dippable dessert type of an item, but is not and should not be qualified.
If
as
it's
a hummus.
not made with chickpeas,
right?
It's not.
I've
hummus.
never had it, but no,
it's not hummus,
what I
right?
mean? Yeah, that ain't hummus.
All
right.
That's all right. So that's.
But I think that maybe. Are you sure it's not made with chickpeas?
I don't know, Kathy.
Because
that's why I brought it up.
Look up chocolate hummus.
All right.
And see what comes up.
Because there is a
Some
company
porn site,
somewhere in
probably.
like Glenside, Abington, Ambler, like somewhere over in that area.
Chocolate Hummus Inc.
Well, no, but they do a variety of hummus. And yes, there was a chocolate hummus
Really?
that was made with chickpeas. Yeah, because my girlfriend was like, oh, we're eating chocolate, but it's healthier because it's hummus.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well then, if it is made with chickpeas, then
Sabra makes it says Sabra dark chocolate dip and spread.
And I saw the Sabra one advertised, and I like Sabra hummus. I think it's delicious.
Oh,
but
it's very good.
Yeah, I think that he's probably right when referring to this as it's not technically a hummus or shouldn't be considered.
well,
one.
it satisfied my requirement because we're looking at the ingredients here. It doesn't contain chickpeas
and tahini. Like that's the other aspect of it is tahini and chickpeas.
So but I understand his ire at this abomination.
All right,
but I do love chocolate, so I'm sort of I'm conflicted.
Casey, what's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Well, I've never had a garbanzo bean on my chest.
That's right.
That's good. Yeah.
It's an old one. My grandmother told me that one.
All right, I got something else here for you.
All
This
right.
comes in email form from our buddy Harry Wood, who emails in from time to time. And he said, I hope you're doing well. I'm listening back to the old podcast and currently listening to the episode from the 18th of this month. During the connoisseur segment, you were talking about the sweeteners used in cola and that some are using straight up cane sugar in their product.
Yes.
We're talking about Mexican Coca-Cola.
People could easily discern the difference.
Does not use high fructose corn syrup. It uses cane sugar. He said, what I thought you would find interesting is that around this time of year, in particular, Coca-Cola and sometimes Pepsi release a line of their products using only cane sugar as the sweetener. And it is available only in 2-liter bottles. What makes this different, you may ask? He said, well, the product is kosher for Passover. And as part of the special dietary restrictions that are part of the holiday celebrations. Corn-based products are traditionally not permitted to be consumed during the week-long holiday.
Because corn has hooves, right?
As well as the days leading up to it. And you probably might have seen these bottles in the supermarket as well, as they are distinctly marketed with a bright yellow cap on top.
Do you know?
Since I work regularly in dining facilities, I'm very familiar with this product, and I know many non-Jewish people who actually prefer this variant of the soda over the regular cola.
That makes sense. There's some Coca-Cola running by us right now. I'll say this, is that I've had some things. I was at a kosher restaurant once and tried some things that were prepared to kosher standards, and I found them wonderful. So, but I think it's less... I don't know how dramatically it affects the taste on most things. If something is prepared kosher, if I had kosher pizza, I couldn't tell the difference.
Isn't it supposed to have literally like the K with a circle around it on the?
It should be.
On the label.
It should have that.
And that's how you know.
Yeah.
I believe, Stephen, on some occasions, it simply just has to be blessed by a rabbi.
Is that what? So I thought there were some elements of the actual.
Well, there's some of that.
Yeah.
I know that like the animals have to be bled to death.
Right. And it has to be jammed. Whatever you're eating has to be jammed with pork.
No,
wait,
that's you're thinking of something. That's
I'm doing it wrong.
Reverse that. And that's it.
Yeah, I'm just eating nothing but pork.
I
had the book upside down.
I do not know all the requirements of koshering, but it involves some things. But a blessing is involved, or performed by a rabbi or something like that. Okay, in accordance with Jewish dietary law, kosher certified means meat and milk products are not mixed together. Animal products from non-kosher food animals are not included. And kosher meat is from animals that are properly slaughtered.
Okay, so there's no ingredient or component part that would. It is simply the blessing process that is, and the separation process that makes it kosher.
Some things,
right?
Other things like
candied apples.
Well, like this soda, it can't have corn in it.
Okay, no cheeseburger milkshakes is what you're telling me,
right? None of that.
Okay.
I don't know. And I don't even want to pretend to know anymore because I'm going to get way wrong.
There was a great kosher pizza place that was on Montgomery, I think, in Bryn Mawr. And everyone loved the place. It's out of business now, but that was the big thing, is that they served kosher pizza.
Kosher pizza.
Yeah.
All right. Let's talk about avocados. Avocado prices jumped to the highest in more than 2 decades amid tightening supplies in Mexico, the world's biggest exporter of the fruit, signaling pricier guacamole. An index tracking avocado from the Mexican state of Michoacan, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, or Michoacan, by far the biggest source in the country, climbed 81% this year. To about $38 per 9-kilogram box, the highest in data going back to 1998, government figures show. Lower availability and supply-side inflationary pressures are the main suspects. Mexican avocado output is seen dropping by 8% in the 21-22 crop year from a record high the previous season.
Do you know what this has created, Preston? I was watching a story about this, and it's actually created a black market for avocado.
Oh, really? Come on, seriously?
Yeah.
Okay. American importers of the fruit are still catching up from a temporary ban on shipments from Michoacan. I know I'm saying that wrong.
Shaka Khan.
Shaka
Khan, everybody avocado. Shaka Khan, everybody avocado.
You know how they wrap up like the bricks of drugs and they put it in something and float it across the border?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be on the other side waiting for the avocados.
I've got some avocados up my ass. Chaka Khan.
Shaka Khan.
Like it.
All right, so anyhow,
Avocado.
the shipments from Shaka Khan last month stemming from threats against U.S. inspectors.
So many.
By the way, Mexico accounts for more than 80% of the avocados consumed in the U.S.
Wow.
In California, which feeds about 15% of American demand. Production is forecast to rise this year, but clearly not enough to satisfy growing avocado demand in the U.S.
Do you know what's funny? I used to love avocado, and then I was staunchly anti-avocado, and now I'm coming back.
You're back
to
on.
avocado.
Back on the train?
You know, the
What happened?
guacamole, I think.
All right.
It's like I'm being like my wife was at Elvez the other night.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They make it at the table.
Oh my God! I mean,
the
it's-
best.
and I realize how much I love that. So I'm going to counseling with avocado.
Do you like tuna salad, Steve?
I love tuna salad.
My girlfriend made tuna salad the other night with some avocado sliced in there.
Yeah.
Add a little bit to the creaminess. It was delightful.
Do you know what I realized?
fan.
I just don't like it in the slice, like that texture.
Yeah.
But pulverized into guac or in other things like that, I can do that.
I will say with avocado, I can't eat too much of it. I think it can be
Yes.
too much. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like,
I agree.
just a little bit, like especially if it's in its original form, like the sliced or whatever, not made into avocado. I can't have too much.
You guys all fans of guac?
Yeah.
Right.
All right, we're going to.
Do you ever just marvel at the fact that we're in the National Radio Hall of Fame?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to Aviv, who is from Israel.
Oh,
She's going to explain to us the laws on kosher. Hi, Aviv. Good morning.
Gadzooks, y'all.
Gadzooks. All right. So, what's the story? What? Well, we got a lot wrong, I'm sure.
Not a whole lot wrong. So, when you were talking about the Coke, it's for Passover, because in Passover you can't eat
corn,
certain seeds, wheat.
Okay.
For example. So the Coke is specifically for Passover, and then what makes food kosher is can make the kitchen kosher. So you just need different utensils to use on dairy and different utensils to use on kosher meat.
So that'd be like two separate sinks for everything and so on and so forth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that does make sense because there's no ingredient besides one or two that are like wheat. You said, is corn an element that has to be eliminated for Passover?
For Passover, the word in English is not running through my head, but there are certain seeds like wheat and corn that are not consumable and not kosher for Passover.
Okay.
Because of the good old stories.
I got you.
And Aviv, so meat and cheese can't ever be together, right?
A cheeseburger is not something I grew up eating in Israel, not until I moved to the U.S.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that's too bad because it's a great combination
So
food-wise. It really is, man. I'm
He knows.
sorry, buddy.
Hey, Aviv, can I ask you a question? So, what about things like could you have a Beyond Burger and cheese?
If it's vegan, I don't see why not.
Yeah.
If it's made out of plants, then it's made out of plants. We're not talking about meat anymore.
Yeah, by
There you
the
go,
rule,
right?
by the rule, you could do it.
Yeah.
So, hey,
it's a bright new future.
Come on board, Aviv.
Hell yeah. You guys have a great day.
All right,
You
thanks,
too.
man. Appreciate it, buddy. All right. Let me see. All right, done with avocados. Let's see what else we can get into here. Oh, okay. I had mentioned a while back, I really don't know where any Denny's are anymore, and I haven't been to one in ages, but they have launched their $6.99 endless breakfast.
Okay, so is there that one that Denny's that used to be?
It's not there anymore.
Oh, it's not where Y100 used to be.
No, actually, it's a hotel or something.
It's a Macintosh, a hotel.
But there was one by the airport.
Yeah, it's still. It looks like it's still there.
Preston, when I was first auditioning at Y100, I stayed at that hotel, and I would go get my meals at that Denny's.
I used to go to that Denny's with my grandma all the time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, listen, for $6.99.
I hate this place.
For $6.99, endless buttermilk pancakes, cheesy scrambled eggs, and crispy hash browns from Denny's.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a hell of a deal.
They do have good
$7
pancakes.
and sit down and just scarf all you want.
Casey, you know what they do well at the Denny's is they melt the butter pretty well on their pancakes.
That's important, man. I
Yeah.
don't think people really appreciate and know how important it is to have.
You became the dude for a second.
Yeah, man. I'm looking to see if the Denny's that I always went to is still there. It doesn't look like it's there anymore.
There's one in Langhorne and Essington.
When you're a server, though, don't you hate things like this when you talk about a percentage of the tip of the bill? When people sit down and look at it.
Right? It's like $7, but they're coming back and forth. You kind of have to.
And you're bringing crap loads of food because it's so cheap.
Was Denny's did they have the happy waitress, or was that my diner?
No, that's a sex act.
They were always pretty miserable.
To the happy waitress.
Right under
Okay.
Dizzy Gillespie.
Then I think that was my local diner, the
What's-
Blue Fountain Diner. It
what's
was,
the
it was
happy-
just a meal. I forget exactly what it was, but I just remember everyone always ordering the.
Who had
happy
the
waitress?
Yeah.
Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity?
That was Denny's. I
That was
thought.
Denny's because
Yeah.
they also had Moons Over Miami.
Right. What's IHOP's big? Do they? I mean, obviously they don't. You had a story just recently about the something IHOP related.
Maybe Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity was the IHOP, Casey.
I just remember the commercial where the guy was like in a disguise and he was like, I'll have the Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity.
I remember that.
Like, why did he wear a disguise?
He felt embarrassed because it was girly asking for
Is
that.
that what it was?
Oh, it was IHOP.
Something stupid like that. All right, there you go.
The Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity.
Is this the commercial Casey was referring to? Yes, it is. He's dressed as an old lady. That's terrifying. All right. So anyway, some states now it's going to be available nationwide June 21st. So you got to wait. May cost $8.99 in some states. So hopefully not here. But that's a great deal, right?
That
there.
is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Oh no, not $8.99.
All right. All right. What else we got here? Hang on. Let's see. Oh, one more?
One more.
All
Make it a good one.
I got to make it count here. No, that's stupid. All right. Well, yeah, I'm going to mention this because this resurfaced yesterday. Szechuan sauce will be available exclusively on the McDonald's app for just a few days while supplies last. So this was the one. This is very, very popular.
Yeah,
Rick and
nuggets.
Morty made it popular again. And it was a limited release back in the day, and people they resurged a little while back, a few years ago.
For the nuggets?
Now they're coming back with it again. So you can do it just for a few days. It started yesterday, and you need the app. You'll be able to choose it as a dipping sauce with a purchase of chicken McNuggets. And you'll also be able to purchase up to 5 packets of the Szechuan sauce a la carte as well.
So do they still have their chicken finger component, or do they not? Or are they just
I
strictly...
don't know. I think it's just nuggets.
Okay.
By the way, my daughter had pointed out that there are 3 distinct nugget shapes. Okay?
Yes.
You have the oval.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
You have the boot.
Uh-huh.
And then the other one is just kind of a...
It's like
amorphous.
a round one.
Yeah, it's
And
like
a parallelogram.
And we found one. We found 2 of the ovals that were kind of fried together.
Right.
And it made a heart.
Aw.
That was pretty sweet.
Connor pulled up. It's bone, bell, ball, and boot.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
4.
So the bell, I guess, is one we had called the oval or whatever, or maybe the ball was. But yeah, the boot
Do you
and
guys
the bone.
do you prefer a chicken nugget or a chicken finger?
I'm a finger kind of guy.
I think nuggets sort of fall into their own category.
Yeah,
like,
they do.
Especially McDonald's.
I'll tell you, and again, I have to sing the praises of the Tyson meatless chicken
They're
nuggets.
good.
Holy hell, they're excellent.
The in-between, you can get a fugget.
You're lucky. We're dancing on the line with that one.
The finger and a nugget together.
Yes, I put that together. That was good.
How about no? You can't go. You can't go the other way either.
Good is a loose term. Yes, and yes,
You
don't
cannot.
reverse it.
No,
You can't.
One is
Reverse it.
racist and one. Yeah, no, you can't do.
Oh
it.
yeah, screw that.
Yeah, no, not even going near that. I'll take the fugget.
Yeah.
That's a finger and a nugget together. I'm waving you guys off.
God.
All right.
Don't
Go past
there.
this part.
Yeah.
Go past this part. Fast forward.
I like the larger pieces better.
Me too.
Who makes a great version is the Irish Pub, because they do thumbs. They do the chicken thumbs. Okay. And they're thicker and longer.
Do you know who we forget, but who actually has very good chicken
Who
fingers
doesn't
as
like
well?
it that way?
Burger King.
Yeah.
Burger King has
And their
actually-
fries,
yeah,
too. The
yes.
chicken fries are pretty good.
Yeah.
I haven't had that in a long time. Shut up.
Friday.
I know. I'm moving along.
All right.
All right.
Good.
Yeah, we're done with the conversation.
Yeah.
We're done.
It's ending.
Santa's got to go. So.
Santa's got to go.
Oh, my God. Time to take a break. All right, as we are... Hey, look over there. It's a case of beer. Yay! Caller number 9. 215-263-WMMR. Caller number 9. I'm going to give you a case of Troganator Double Bock.
Yeah.
The Troganator Double Bock is a beer for people who love beer, layered with notes of smooth caramel, stone fruit, and fresh toasted grains. And you can enjoy the Troganator at Choice Deli, located at 1642 South Street in Philadelphia. 9th caller, you get it. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Tripped it. I drove 13 hours in the car with Troy and my girl Beth.
Wow.
It was really fun. Got cheese curds and everything. Anyway, when you can take, something and go, okay, here's a visual also that sort of feels like the world that this is living in. I don't know. That is a huge part of it, whether it's album artwork or whatever.
Yeah.
And we do that. We almost always have some sort of like animal or insect or something that's like our secret spirit animal that goes with the music for each era. This one's a nautilus. And to me, that spiral shape has always been like some kind of a symbol of like eternity, you know, like it keeps going until you can't see it anymore. And it makes me think about the future and the past and the soul and like the depths of things. So it just fits. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that anybody really knows that explanation, but it feels that way to me. So maybe it'll feel like that to somebody else on a subconscious level.
Cool.
Amy Lee, I was actually having a discussion over the weekend, and your name was brought up as well as Taylor Momsen, Lizzie Hale, and Dorothy. And it was because we were watching the pregame for the NCAA Final Four, and they had a giant Miley Cyrus concert. Now, so I don't want to knock Miley Cyrus at all, but she was, you know, for the masses, the female representation of rock music. And I was, and I listened to her album, and I like it.
He likes her a lot.
And I do. And so that's why I'm saying I'm not knocking Miley, but I was like, I was a little bit perplexed on why they're having her represent rock and roll when she is not classically known as a rock artist. And I thought, man, Amy Lee would have been perfect for this. Lizzie Hale would have been perfect. Taylor Momsen, Dorothy. There had so many, you know, other, I thought, better representations of rock music. And I wasn't sure what your thoughts were on her being a rock act now. And I'm not asking you to knock anything either.
Yeah, and again, without knocking her with you, I'm with you on that. I feel like it has to do with the people in place that are putting those kind of productions together. They need to hire you guys. They need if there's a place where, you know, rock music is going to be represented. There's so much rock music with millions of fans. Like, rock is no way dead. Like, it is full alive. But we need people in the positions of power and placement to recognize and tap into that rock world instead of always trying to make it, well, what'll just get the most people, you know, that have heard this name before or whatever to care about it. That just feels a little bit like a
manufactured,
a business move, a corporate move.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it.
Get the numbers.
Right.
That's always frustrating. It's cool to be the underdog, but at the same time, it's like, well, rock is real. You know, there are people out there that like it. Give it a chance for sure.
Yeah, but my wife did bring up the point that she is, you know, she's a different name out there, and so maybe she is going to be that entree, right? Maybe somebody's going to watch her, listen to her, and go, well, hang on a second, I like this style of music. And maybe somebody...
Take a deeper dive.
Maybe somebody who wouldn't have known about Evanescence is now all of a sudden introduced as a result of that. I was like, okay, well, that's a healthy perspective, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
You know, and Casey brought up all the great female rockers that are out there now, and I always kind of think of you as you, for me and for us, I think here represented the turn where we were like, you know, we had obviously legendary voices in rock, but you represented this next wave that I think is still going on. You were the flashpoint, I think, and it seems like your contemporaries, and I've read interviews with all of them where they cite you as that step-off point. That has to come with a bit of pride.
That's really cool. It's, you know, it's so much cooler doing all of this now, later on in life, with the experience and the respect that comes along with, you know, just doing it for a long time and surviving so much.
Yeah.
It's I would way rather be where I am now than what it felt like when we were starting out.
Yes. Yeah.
It's badass. It's incredible. You know, there are so many people that came before me, you know, that have influenced me. So many rad women. It's not like I'm like this one pillar of rock. There have been women in rock from the beginning.
Yeah, but you had a style which I kind of see as almost like dominatrix-esque. And let me explain. Because they incorporate pleasure and pain.
Yeah.
And so the instrumentation is the pain and your voice is the pleasure. You have this smoothness about you, and then there's that raw edge of the music that go together. So, I mean, you know.
Contrast.
Yeah.
Contrast. So, you know, on a visual, audio, whatever level, I like to hear two really different things coming together to make that beautiful swirl.
And as I want to be the first one who has ever called you a dominatrix. Has anybody ever done that?
Oh, you're not the first.
We're on Zoom with Amy so we can see her in the room that she's in. Are those Care Bears and Smurf dolls behind you?
Yeah. What's your pleasure? 80s toys.
Do you have any My Little Ponies? Because Kathy was never allowed to have a My Little Pony when she was a kid.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh, wait, we're going to take a look. She's taking the camera over. I'll describe to the audience.
Yes!
My Little Ponies! Several My Little Ponies.
I try to keep it in perspective so, like, the Grammys and the awards have, dolls all around.
It's like in front of a gold record and a Grammy, there's a My Little Pony. Several.
Wait, and I love the Care
I got
Bears.
My Little Pony climbing the Grammy right now.
Oh my
The
God.
Raggedy Ann up there.
Amy, I used to go to my neighbor's house and play with the neighbor because she had My Little Ponies. And for whatever reason, and it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to have them, but my mom never got them for me. And I was traumatized as a kid. I really
Your mom probably
wanted
thought they
them.
were sinful or something.
That's really funny. I honestly, like, I didn't have that many toys as a kid, but there was, I don't know why, like, there's so many cool 80s collectible. I mean, it's not like it's only the 80s. It happened later too with Pokemon and Beanie Babies and everything else. But like, when I got to be a teenager and all that stuff was like at flea markets and cheap, I was like, I'm buying every toy that I ever wanted now.
Yeah, now that you can afford it, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Amy, with the new record and new music, what are your thoughts on touring and what it's going to be like over the next few months? Because so much of that is up in the air for so many different acts.
Yeah, we're not going to be out there this summer, but we are making plans for the end of the year. And I just can't wait. It's been just this thing where we keep making plans, and this is like with tour and everything else over the last year and a half almost now. You just keep making plans and keep having to push them back, and then you just keep making them again and keep making them again and keep, waiting for that time when you don't have to postpone it again. So we just keep making plans.
Yeah.
And I feel like now, we're in a different situation than when we were in last year when we just kept pushing it back, hoping for something. Now there's a vaccine. Now things are changing. I've already gotten my first shot. We're headed towards the end of not being able to do it anymore. So we are going to unleash the fury. I am so ready to get out there and just play and feel what it feels like to be on stage, just immersed fully in music with a group of hot and sweaty people. Don't you want that so bad right now?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So good.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, when was the last time you played our MMRBQ? How many years? Obviously, it wasn't last year. Was that 2 years ago?
I
2019.
don't think it was that long ago.
Yeah, because I had a great memory of being in the commissary, if you will, and I believe they might have been serving kielbasa sausage, and I started singing Tenacious D,
Tenacious
and
D.
you were there, and you actually sang with me a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your butt
that.
cheeks is warm.
Yes.
That was our road trip music. We were just on that road trip. It was all Tenacious D, like
That's awesome.
all of it.
Oh,
I'm an old school fan from like the cable days.
Yeah,
like
the HBO show.
They played the MMRBQ one year, and they were it was a festival. Yeah. It was a festival, another festival that we did, and nobody really knew them except the musicians, and it was wild to see that. The audience was like, "What in the F?"
It was before Jack Black was a household name, man.
Every band was lined up stage side, and they were like freaking out. It was just hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny because it's one of those things, right? Like Spinal Tap, where bands get it on a level where it, especially with the Tenacious D, their musicianship is so good.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes it so funny. Like all the details of like talking about writing a song and everything, you just relate to it. It's that's right. And it actually sounds great.
It does. They're really great. And Pick of Destiny is just you can watch that over and over again. I wanted to ask you when you're performing, when you said getting back to the concert dynamic. What's the better scenario? You're able to roll out the music, and a lot of your listeners have heard it. They're perform live with that energy, or they come already pre-schooled on the music because they've been listening to it over and over again off of the album.
It's cool when they know it a little bit. That one of the cool things about this situation is we're going to be going out there playing the new album.
Right.
And by the time we're able to be up on stage playing it, the fans have been living it with it for a year. I mean, we started releasing the songs, already a year ago now. So it won't be that, ooh, what's this one? I haven't heard it before. I mean, it'll be cool to hear it live, but they'll know the words. And I think that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah. I remember when I would be going to a concert, I would take a little bit of time to do the work, to get the album and listen to it, and then go. It's a completely different experience. And were you the same way when you were pre-rock star? Yeah.
Yeah, even now, like if we're going to go to a show and it's a band that like a friend wants to go to that I don't really know that well, or I know like the hits, but I don't want to be that person.
Yeah.
Like you always jam that album that day when you're like getting ready to go, just so you're kind of familiar with what's going to happen. It makes it more exciting when the songs you like do happen.
It serves you better as you're paying for this ticket. Yeah. You know, you're going to get more out of it if you listen to the material. I remember Rush had done a tour, and it was a concept album that they had, and they said they were going to mainly just be playing music from that. So I did my work. I listened to it. I loved it. Our boss did not listen to it. He thought it was a lousy concert. I thought it was an awesome concert. So that can be the difference. You got to listen to the material.
I totally agree.
Hey, I wanted to ask because Taylor Momsen's name came up, Lizzie Hale's name came up. There are a couple of the featured backup singers on this album. There are several people that you brought on board, and all of this done remotely. How was that? I mean, just a quick phone call and they're in type of thing?
Pretty much. It wasn't completely remote. That was when we were recording Use My Voice, it was right before the shutdown. It was the beginning of last year. So we recorded in Nashville. That's where Nick's studio is. And Lizzie, and they live here. So it was easy for her to come by, like check out the song, get in the booth. And Dina Jacob from Viridia, my friend who helped me actually write a little bit of the song, she could come in. She lives here. So we did that. But also I just like texted and called a couple friends and was like, I don't know, do you want to lay a vocal down on this? And everybody said yes. And
awesome.
Really cool.
You guys all have your own style and all shine in your own ways. But when you're watching Lizzie, do you kind of sit there and go, a little less?
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. Safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. Schedule their full service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. All right, just when you thought Florida's housing market couldn't get any scarier, a worker putting the finishing touches on a new Fort Myers area home this month discovered a gigantic 12-foot alligator loitering in the master bedroom. A window blind installer spotted the reptile and hastily called professional trappers to remove it.
What's your name?
Was waiting in the bedroom for him, just for that perfect opportunity.
I love Egyptian sheets. I don't know the thread count, but it feels so good. Why don't you come in here with me?
A window blind installer spotted the reptile and hastily called the professionals, and video taken of the residence in Babcock Ranch, where houses fetch upwards of $1.5 million apiece.
How about I do the death roll on your junk?
Showed two men straining to yank the gator out of the home with a rope. He's a big one, too. Nick's pulling up the video.
Stevie's doing the death roll when they rope him up, and he's like flipping over like crazy.
The alligator was likely looking for some indoor warmth during a stretch of cold weather and became trapped in the house.
Wow.
The reptile made sure to sample every nook and cranny in the home before settling in the master bedroom.
Smart move.
Mm-hmm. A Harrisburg man who arrived at Washington Dulles International Airport from Dubai with counterfeit designer brand watches, purses, and sunglasses probably wishes he could turn back time. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers seized 18 counterfeit designer brand wristwatches at Dulles, valued at about $250,000 if they were indeed authentic.
Oh, right.
So during a baggage examination, that's the word, Preston. During a baggage examination, officers inspected a plastic bag from inside the suitcase and discovered watches and Louis Vuitton handbag, Ray-Ban sunglasses. The watches bore the names of 10 designer brands, including Patek Philippe, I guess is how you say that, I don't know, Audemars Piguet, and Cartier and Rolex.
Interesting. So I wonder what the actual value of these things is.
Probably nothing, man.
Yeah.
So officers suspected the products were fake and detained them for investigation. So they feel he was going to go and sell them,
Right.
obviously.
And then possibly get close to that amount that you originally mentioned.
And they confirmed the products violated intellectual property rights, and officers seized the products. Specialists appraised the counterfeit watches, the purse, the sunglasses of more than $250,000. Although all of the products were manufactured in China and shipped to a vendor in Pakistan where the traveler purchased them. Counterfeit consumer goods violate U.S. intellectual property laws. The man has not been charged as of yet. This is terrible to hear. A woman died last week after she appeared to fall into rapids during a river trip at the Grand Canyon, Casey. This is like right out of your book.
Was she not wearing a vest?
Because you did this. I'm not sure. No, she was. It's unclear whether she was.
Because the rapids don't have hydraulics, so just naturally they don't suck you under. They just kind of wash you out.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So you don't get that pull down effect that you get in some other rivers?
That's what I was told.
Mary Kelly of Steamboat Springs, Colorado, was on a private boating trip on Thursday when she fell into the water near Hance Rapid on the Colorado River. Others on the boat pulled her out of the water to begin CPR. It's unclear if she was wearing a life vest. She was on the 9th day of what the Park Service described as a non-commercial boating trip. An official cause of death was not given. So that's terrible. I mean, it's, sometimes that stuff it looks like it's not dangerous, but apparently it is. I always find it hard to believe when people drown in a river or get sucked under in like the Delaware, because it just looks...
It looks very benign.
It looks benign, but there's apparently currents that can pull you under, and it's terrible.
It can be deadly, and often it is.
All right, I have some happier stories.
Please.
When a North Carolina nurse drove to the lottery headquarters in Raleigh to cash her lottery ticket, she had no idea that she was transporting a precious cargo. The $2 ticket, carried by Nikita Adgan, ended up being worth $113,000. Now, she thought it was going to be a lot less than that. So she bought her 10 times cash ticket from the Food Lion. The clerk said that she needed to visit the headquarters in Raleigh, about 40 miles away from where she had lived. She thought that the cash price was $600.
I'm thinking of the scene in the Jerk, Preston.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he thought he had like $150.
Right, yeah.
It was like over $1 million. So anyhow, she's taking this 40-mile drive to get her $600, which is a nice chunk of change.
It's worth the drive.
And she arrived at the headquarters. She found out she won the jackpot. She said, "My heart stopped. I am so grateful." So it was a $113,000 jackpot. Pretty cool. Yeah. Here's another one. A lottery ticket worth $3 million was recently purchased at Rancocas Wine and Spirit in Mount Holly. But it wasn't the first time the man who bought the ticket that day had won. The man, whose identity has not been released, started the day with a $50 scratch-off win while he was buying his morning cup of coffee. He decided to buy one more, and that ticket netted him another $100. Later that day, he drove by the liquor store and he said, why not? I'm on a lucky streak. And he bought the $3 million Ultimate Riches ticket.
Eventually, he was eaten by an alligator in his bedroom.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Jesus, that's fantastic.
He'd had his fill of slowly scratching and uncovered numbers for the day and just opted to scratch the barcode on the ticket and scan it. The machine told him to see the clerk.
Yeah.
And the man was overjoyed to see what he initially thought was a $300,000 prize.
Oh, my God.
And it wasn't until a moment later he realized he had actually won 10 times that amount. That is pretty awesome. And that will end our bizarre file for today. All right, let us take a break. We will return in a moment. Don't forget, we're going to have the lesson question and trash and music news. But in the meantime, I have some movie passes to give away for a screening of this film, Ambulance, which is going to be Tuesday at the AMC Fashion District in Center City. It's a 7 p.m. show. Should I give away the rest of these?
Yeah.
7 callers.
Whoa!
We'll give them to you. 215-263 WMMR. It's a Jake Gyllenhaal film. It's a Michael Bay. It's rated R, only in theaters on April 8th. So let's have you get on board right now. 7 callers, and that is next Tuesday, 7 p.m. in the city. We'll be back in a moment.
Her voice
I
is
hear
so
like,
powerful.
like, turn that girl up.
That's so cool that you guys all live out there. That's just one of those cities that I need to get to.
Are you in Nashville?
Yeah, I am now. Wow. I was in Brooklyn for 13 years. It's weird. It's different, but it's good. We're closer to my parents here.
Hey, I wanted to listen. I don't know if you have the details, and if you do, if you're allowed to give them out or not. But you are going to be announcing a streaming concert next month. Can you talk about that right now or no?
I don't know. I haven't talked about it yet because I didn't think I was supposed to, but you just spilled beans.
Yeah, feel free to get in trouble because of us. Yeah.
Nobody's listening.
We're working on it. We're just now talking about the set list. So we are doing something. Yes.
Okay. I've watched a lot of streaming concerts over the last year, and it is, I mean, there's some really, really great things. I'm a huge Fish fan, and Trey Anastasio did a run of shows at the Beacon, and what they did, which I thought was really, really cool, is they performed towards the back of the stage, right? And so and then they lit up all the seats behind them. I mean, just are you talking like, just visuals alone, because obviously the music's going to, speak for itself, but the visuals alone, I thought that was a really cool visual.
That is really cool. That's a good idea.
Hey,
we still have to figure out what we're going to do exactly.
When you're putting the set list together, what's most important, opener or closer to you? What do you think?
That is a difficult question.
Yeah.
The opener is really important. I'm tempted to say the closer, but honestly, like the way you start the show really sets up the whole energy of the night. If you come in strong, like that is going to just get everybody to buy into everything else you're about to do. So I think starting is really important, but ending's important too, because whatever you end with, that's what's going to be in everybody's head for the rest of the night.
I saw a Cheap Trick one time, and they opened with "I Want You to Want Me," and we were like, "Whoa!" And I still remember that to this day. I mean, that blew me away.
There's a lot that can go into. There's a lot behind those moves. I think that's a statement. It's like, if you guys came to just hear this one song, you can leave now.
We're not
the rest of the show is for the fans. You guys want to go to the bathroom, just go. Get to the back. This is for the fans now. That's what that says to me.
we had a show one time, and we won't mention the band, but the band opened and closed with their hit at the time. It was like it was a weird thing.
Well, it was the New Radicals, and they really didn't have much material.
Pretty much what they had.
And that's a great song. You get what you get.
Absolutely, yeah.
But hey, I wanted to, and I don't know if we've talked to you since you guys released your cover of The Chain, but what an amazing rendition of that song. And I just wanted to thank you for doing that, choosing to do that, and releasing it. Yeah,
and ballsy too. Yeah, I mean, that's a bold shot at a song that's got its own identity for sure. It was awesome.
Totally, man. It felt really good to do. Our band is made up of people. We all have a little bit of a different taste in music, and we all like different things. And, some of that contrast between us is what makes it great. But one place that we all super agree is Fleetwood Mac. Yeah. So to be able to go in and for us all to just be like, yes, like equally excited to have the opportunity to do it was really cool. And my thought on covers is always find a new way, like make it somehow like really your own, because if it's really just going to be another version of the original, like that's just, I don't know, I want to go hear the original then, like that to me is like that
you're just reminding people of a version they like better, which is it's the problem.
Like bring a new perspective to the table and see if you can show another potential interpretation of the music. So that song definitely, it's different. It's very different from the original. I really like it.
You mentioned each band member having their own taste, and then confirm or deny, is your number one pie choice these days pecan pie, and how did that happen?
You guys research deep. Far on Instagram.
Can you confirm or deny?
Confirm. I love pecan pie. I mean, I like food in general. I'm a food person, but I think that was like last Thanksgiving or something. I was like, okay, I'm making a mark in time. Like, this is my favorite. I'm tired of playing around. This isn't a joke anymore.
So you pronounced it pecan pie, which is how I say it as well. Steve says pecan.
Yeah.
So then where are you from? Where did you grow up that you got that pronunciation?
I actually grew up all over. My dad's was in radio for 30 years, so we're kind of a no dialect family. South Florida is where I grew up as a small child, but then Illinois and then Arkansas. But I mean, I've lived everywhere, kind of.
All right, what did he do in radio?
Pecan. We say pecan.
Pecan. What did he do in radio?
He did what you do. He was a DJ, a program director, morning show.
Oh.
We traveled. That's why we moved around a lot, just different jobs.
Wow, cool. Excellent. Well, listen,
we're excited about the prospect of maybe a streaming show coming up, and obviously you doing the live stuff, which is going to be fantastic, and the new album is great. So, Amy Lee, congratulations to you, the rest of the guys in the band,
Thank you.
And just keep doing what you're doing, and we love it, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you in person again.
Yes.
Excellent. The Bitter Truth, Amy Lee, Evanescence. Thank you very much. And thanks for coming on this morning. So, wow. She's so cool.
She's awesome.
I love it.
I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. It's very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100% fan-based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut." And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope, and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times, the studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this. It's
miraculous.
Yeah.
It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zach, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, that, and then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, especially during this pandemic where, there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times, on top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear, in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by far, by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which is Touch Your Life, and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. To me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Oh, Zach was actually giving us a pass.
All right, great.
And suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from the time of Live Aid, and it would probably,
right?
Yeah, it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go have legions bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016.
On Saturday, August 27th. And the question we're going to go with, Casey was not watching Back to the Future Part 2. Which Back to the Future was he watching last night? You need to be specific on this, all right? Casey was not watching Back to the Future 2 when he went to sleep last night. He was watching which Back to the Future? 215-263-WMMR. Be specific. We'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Joe Exotic, a.k.a. the Tiger King, has filed for divorce from his husband Dylan Passage after 4 years of marriage. Dylan admits he was the one who wanted out, saying at a time when it's never been better to be gay, he ends up married to a dust mop in a prison jumpsuit.
Hey!
David and Victoria Beckham, as you reported, Preston, sprawling London mansion was burglarized last month while they were home, and they never knew it. David admits he did remember seeing a strange car parked outside of his bathroom.
Oh my God.
Finally, the armadillo on The Masked Singer took a serious fall while filming a performance on Tuesday. Fortunately, the injured performer was immediately tended to by animal control. That's your Hollywood.
All right, we are looking for the answer to this question. What movie was Casey watching when he went to sleep last night? And it was not Back to the Future 2. And you need to be specific on this. And, you need to have heard it earlier this morning. 215-263-WMMR is our number. And let's see if we can get the correct answer from Sean. We'll go to Sean. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Good, buddy. All right, so what movie was Casey watching when he went to sleep last night?
Was it the regular Back to the Future?
Regular Back to the Future, yes. You got it, buddy. Hang on. Sean is picking up a pair of tickets to see Tom Segura Saturday, August 27th, Hard Rock Hotel Casino, Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now. Hard Rock Hotel, AtlanticCity.com for complete details.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by King Shooters Indoor Range, now open Sundays at noon to 6 p.m. in their full-service gun store. They buy, sell, trade all sorts of accessories in addition to an indoor range with classes and training. King Shooters, King of Prussia. So out today is Red Hot Chili Peppers' latest album, Unlimited Love. The album, which is the band's 12th studio set, reunites the band with famed producer Rick Rubin. Frontman Anthony Kiedis says that he was sympathetic with guitarist John Frusciante, leaving the band back in 2009, and completely understood what he needed to return in time for the new album. He said he did make a holistic decision. He's like, it's not for me. It's too much attention, too much travel, too much chaos, all of it. And so he walked away, and I think he needed a solid 12 years of processing all of that.
Yeah.
Which he was kind of willing to do slowly. Really said, what life do I want to live? And I think that he figured out that as difficult as the situation could be, it's like it's just life, it's just an opportunity, and it's just being in a band, and maybe I can find a better way to do this. But everybody's happy now. The track list for Unlimited Love is as follows: Black Summer, Here Ever After, Aquatic Mouth Dance, Not the One, Poster Child, The Great Apes, It's Only Natural, She's a Lover, These Are the Ways, What You Thinkin', Bastards of Light, White Braids and Pillow Chair, One Way Traffic, Veronica, Let 'Em Cry, The Heavy Wing, and Tangelo.
What about Space People? Is that on there?
It's not on there.
That's one of my favorite cuts.
And September 3rd, they'll be playing in Philly at Citizens Bank Park. Now, with all that, yesterday...
They come from space, so they don't come from here. These are the space people.
Yesterday, they had their star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Yes.
We have a couple of clips from that. We'll start with Woody Harrelson.
Yes, he's apparently a good friend of the band.
Here we go.
Now, these guys really are some amazing people, and not on top of all that, they were the first people to really make the common, ordinary sock a central part of the fashion wardrobe. Yeah. It is an honor to have my star so close to theirs. Oh, no, I don't have a star. I don't. Who do you got to talk to? These are the greatest guys making some of the greatest music, and they are the greatest live band in the world.
By the way, I loved Woody at the Oscars.
Yeah.
He was presenting with Rosie Perez and with
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah. And he was kind of delaying reading who the winner was. And he's like, look, man, he's like, I've been nominated 3 times. This is the most I've ever had a chance to speak at this event. So I'm going to sit here for a little bit. It was pretty funny. And then you have Anthony Kiedis talking about being in a band at the ceremony.
To me, this is not a story of individuals. Something happens when we come together, which is much greater than the individual parts. We were able to find something that we love doing and communicate with the entire world. We started off playing dive bars up and down this street and making a handful of people dance. We stuck together as a team and as a band, and now we can make everybody dance and feel joy, and we've been connected to this life and this experience.
So it's a big honor for those guys.
Well, looking at him, he kind of looks like a plumber you'd find on Angie's List.
Yeah. The mustache and the hair is kind of weird right now, but He's a legend, and so
Sure
is the
is.
band.
Yeah.
Black Crowes drummer Steve Gorman has filed a lawsuit against Chris Robinson and the band over unpaid royalties. Gorman claims that he has not received the proper amount of money from the past albums and is suing for back royalties. He told TMZ, for more than 5 years, my attorneys and I have made repeated requests to review the partnership's books to confirm the accuracy of royalty payments and my share, but Chris and Rich have consistently ignored my rights under the partnership agreement. Gorman said, I regret that it has come to this, as I remain incredibly proud of the music we created as a band, but their conduct has left me with no choice but to ask a court to order them to give me this information, which I'm entitled to under our partnership agreement and the law.
There's only so much you can repeat. I can't hear you.
The Black Crowes have not issued a public response to the lawsuit at press time. All right, I thought this was a really fun story. In addition to music, Asking Alexandria co-founder Ben Bruce has a passion for cooking and says that he'd like to turn that into a side gig. And he recently appeared on a show where he said he has always dreamed of having a food truck with the name of the business being Sex, Drugs, and Sausage Rolls.
Oh, my God.
I love that.
Yeah.
He said, I feel like I've just had this idea in my head forever, which once I tell you the name of it, you'll realize quickly why it can't happen. But because I'll be getting all kinds of the wrong people queuing up for it. But I would love to have a food truck with a British flag painted on the side. We have something in England, a fast food quick snack called a sausage roll. And basically, it's just a puff pastry wrapped around a sausage meat. Sounds like a pig in a blanket.
sausages.
Yeah, pretty much.
In a blanket. He said, so me having the background I have in music, I would love to have a food truck with a British flag painted on the side, and I want it to be called Sex, Drugs, and Sausage Rolls. We'll sell all kinds of pastry snacks and stuff. My wife was just like, yeah, you know who's going to be queuing up outside of your food truck at 2 o'clock in the morning when they're drunk coming out of a pub? And I wouldn't have sex or drugs. I'll just have the sausage rolls, and I don't think it will be quite as successful. But I love the idea. Coheed and Cambria have debuted a live performance music video for their recent single, The Liars Club. According to the PRP, the video was filmed during the band's recent U.S. tour that wrapped earlier this month. And, of course, the band's new album, Baxis 2, A Window of the Waking Mind, is due out on May 27th. They will be in Philly. It will be July 27th at the Leah Core Center.
Very nice.
Yeah, don't miss that show. And I saved the best for last. Paul McCartney is seemingly having a blast while he's on vacation in St. Bart's. The former Beatle, who turns 80 on June 18th, was photographed by paparazzi enjoying what looks like to be a well-sized joint while chilling out on the backyard of his rented villa.
Wow.
Last fall, Paul, who claimed to have quit smoking pot a decade ago, revealed that he was growing hemp. Macca, who's been busted for pot no less than 5 times over the years, spoke about the changes in how things are done today in regard to growing. He told the Daily Mail last year, we're actually just getting into growing hemp. The funny thing with the government regulations is you've got to keep it where people can see it because you get all kinds of the kids where people can't see it. I'm sorry, because you get all the kids coming in and robbing it. He went on to say it's organic. I went organic over 20 years ago. When I first bought the farm, there were some fields where my farm guys would say there's no worms in these fields. There's no life. That's because basically
There's no words on it.
No worms. Oh. There's no words on this thing. F it. We'll do it live.
F it.
He said that's because basically all you did was put the pesticides and then put a fertilizer in it. I thought, okay, that's the challenge. We're going to go organic. But apparently he's smoking a big spliff.
I mean, for his age, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, he does.
Unbelievable.
Well, listen, the guy leads a very healthy lifestyle.
Right.
So it's no wonder that he looks as great as he does. Do you remember our old boss, the guy who used to own our radio company?
Yes.
Told us a story about running into Paul in Los Angeles at the Four Seasons, and they were staying there for the weekend, and so was Paul, and they became friendly, and he ended up doing yoga with Paul.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Paul's like way into yoga, like he's really, really good at it. And so, yeah, health and all that, it's very important.
Pays off.
And why wouldn't it be? It does pay off. That's all I have in music news. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. And if you're ready, we'll give away the Word of the Week prize. So make sure you stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy to, I think look, as a stream, when you're and this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put up an IMAX for you guys, because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy, or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side by side comparisons, and I love from you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal. Yeah. Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover, and I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers! Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about DC. Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here
to mess everything up. Yeah, and
mess every single thing up.
All right,
let's hope that Justice League gets it together.
Don't give it away.
So with that,
I'm saying I hope.
Okay. Are there other actors who were initially on the cutting room floor that are now getting their treatment in this film?
Listen, I don't know 100% because, as I sauld, I haven't seen the theatrical cut. I might have to do that analysis. But I do know that Ryan Choi, the character of Ryan Choi, who would eventually become the Atom, his character was cut. And Kiersey Clemons, who plays Iris, she was cut. So anyway,
she's in a sequence.
Cyborg's mom.
She's in a sequence with the Flashes. Gets a lot more time on the screen. Ezra Miller. We know there's a new Flash movie that is in the works. We get to see a bit of what the Speed Force, concept looks like, which is very cool.
Sure.
Cyborg's dad, Silas Joe Morton. We see a little bit more of him. And, what I love is that Steppenwolf
has a really amazing arc. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Steppenwolf, in that version. It was like, what? Why are you so pissed off? What is this about? With Darkseid in the mix, you I guess from what I understand and what I've read, is that Steppenwolf comes off more as he's just trying to please his boss, and is that correct?
A family issue. Yeah, he has a lot of. I mean, Kieran Hines, who voices him, is amazing, and I think brings this amazing gravitas, and I would say, frankly, he brings a lot of sympathy to the character. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that you might, feel sympathetic toward this big spiky monster from space who's into world domination and has a giant axe and it's just basically chopping everybody in half. But he's got his own problems.
But that's what you need. To me, I've always hated a villain. And I've said this countless times on the show, a mustache-twirling, one-dimensional villain does nothing for me. A villain that you can slightly understand the impetus for is far more interesting.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. 100%.
So I wanted to ask and double back to Ray Fisher, because I was reading something about him. For those who don't know, he's the one who plays Cyborg. Actually, he's from the area.
Yeah, yes.
We spoke to him years ago. He apparently has had a great reaction to the Snyder Cut. I read this morning that he absolutely loved it. Now, he had his issues with the replacement and its controversies, and we won't get into that here. But how does that feel to you to know that he's happy with what he's seen?
Well, Ray's a buddy, and I just when I hired him and when we started this process, it was really, to me, it was all about honoring the character as best I could, and I just, anytime an actor sees the movie and is moved by it and enjoys it, that's for me the ultimate in vindication, and it makes me super happy. So I'm glad that Ray got to enjoy it. And I saw that video of him where he's just going nuts. So
he watched it in a hotel room too. Apparently, it was
Yeah, not the best viewing experience, but you can see that if it plays in a hotel room,
it'll play anywhere.
Hey, Zach, I wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for joining us today, because I know today's a huge day, and I'm sure everybody wanted a piece of you. And so the fact that you woke up early, it's like 5 o'clock in your time right now, that you woke up early, that you're spending some time with us, I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, why did you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to Philadelphia radio? I would like to think that you like our show, but is it because you have family in the area?
Look, I'm a friend of the show, and I really do. I love you guys. Whenever I get a chance, if you guys, when I see the text arrive on my phone, we're doing a show, you want to jump on? I'm like, let's go.
Hey, I have a question. Since we're doing this via Zoom and we can see into your domicile there, do you play piano?
My kids do.
Okay.
My kids play.
There's a piano book behind you and a piano. I was going to have you tickle the ivories there for us a little bit if that was the case.
By the way, if I could, I would jump on. I would play a little, I don't know what, but I'd be, and sing, of course.
Speaking of music, though, just to bring up this point, everyone's raving about the new music for the film, and explain what happened.
Junkie did this again when I left. Junkie XL, who does the score, they replaced him as well. And then when I came back to finish the movie, Junkie, I called him and I said, "We're doing the movie. We're going to finish it." And he was like, "What?" And I said, "Do you have any music left over?" And he goes, "You know what? I'm going to do it all from scratch. I want to start over." And so he just, it's 4 hours, pretty much 4 hours of music. And it's unbelievable. He just destroyed it. And we are doing it's coming out. I don't know exactly when it comes out. We'll have to check out, but we're doing a vinyl box. So if you're into vinyl,
oh wow,
they're going to do a full release of the soundtrack on vinyl. And that's pretty cool. As well as, of course, at Apple Music, you can check it out.
Well, Zach, I'd like to ask a follow-up question about that topic, because I loved the soundtrack for Man of Steel. Was Hans Zimmer did that. Do you have favorite composers that you like working with, and how do you end up choosing one? Because there are a lot of great ones out there, and Hans is legendary. So why change, in the same cinematic universe and do a different composer?
Hans and Junkie worked together. That's why I met Junkie. He came, from sort of Hans's camp. And that's how we sort of got together. And then, because the two of them did Batman versus Superman together.
Okay.
And then and then when we went on
Weekend is a little bright, shiny thing that you got some things to look forward to this weekend, too. I would thank our guests. We didn't have any guests today, but I want to thank Marissa Magnata for setting up Loop. There it is this morning. We had a really good time playing that game, and some really interesting loops that were put up there, and we gave away tons of prizes, and it was just fun had by all. Pierre Robert is here. Good morning, sir.
And today,
good to see you, sir. We can do the letter today first if you want. Get that out of the way. Let's go for it.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
Y is in yellow.
All right. And caller number 8. The prize is yours. You need to know the word of the week. 215-263 WMMR. That is our number. Give us a call right about now, and we will award you the prize in just a little bit. Some exciting things coming up. I mean, yesterday we got down to the Final Four in March Madness.
It is down to those 4.
Yeah.
two of which I will have in the 1 o'clock hour, Foo Fighters against Van Halen. Foo Fighters, I think that's my category with Pancake. Van Halen is your guys' category.
No, Van Halen is Sarah and Jackson. They went and
Sarah
stole them
and
from us.
Jackson's category. Queen is your category.
Correct.
That plays against Chris Cornell at 3 p.m.
That could go either way, I think.
Yeah, and apparently we're going to do 3 songs from each band instead of 2.
Okay.
In these particular match-offs for the Ferocious Four, whatever it is.
And by the way, all 4 of the jock teams represented in the Final Four.
Yes.
Everybody's
Does
got.
that not often happen?
I guess. Well, I don't know. It had the opportunity to. You never know. It could be just one person who has 4 bands. You never know.
That's why we call it sports.
That's right. Sports up, man.
Sports
Mother effer.
We'll also have some workforce blocks, and they'll be great.
That's cool.
Well, I'm not.
You can tap the brakes on the hard sell.
Well, they're going to be. I see. I'm confused because I have more blocks than I have time for, but it's April Fool's Day, so I thought I would do a block of Fool songs.
Okay. I like that.
So we'll get that.
I got some good ones.
Yeah, I've got a few.
Okay.
Shoot one out at me.
Fool's Overture from Supertramp.
It's one of my favorites.
Interesting.
It's a big, chunky one, though, man.
Play
Not
the
a
live
chance.
version from Paris.
Thank you for calling and good night. I'll see what I can do.
You don't have to do that. I was thinking Fool in the Rain, obviously, is a pretty obvious one. And
I got
Fool on the Hill, right?
Yeah, Beatles.
Fool on the Hill. Yeah. And
Ship of Fools from
Robert Plant.
Love
that one.
What is this? Oh.
A lot of fools out there.
Yeah, sir. You're looking at a few of them right here.
I'm speaking as one. I represent the Fools Union. Yes, I am shop steward of the Fools Union. And we demand nothing. That's why we're fools. And I've got other blocks, and I don't know which ones will be which.
Okay.
Well, there's an element of surprise and danger to your show.
Danger. I think Bruce will be one of them.
Okay.
And but I'm not sure how much time I have for blocks with the fantastic, ferocious, finagling 4.
Because you're adding on other songs that are eating up time.
Yes.
But it's all relative.
But this is why it takes a timing professional.
Yes.
To run a show as intense as mine.
Okay.
Like a Swiss timepiece. That's you.
That is me, Rolex.
Precision.
Okay. Let's quickly go to the phones and give away our prize. It is Brian who we go to. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian. What is our word of the week, please?
Larry.
Holy pretzel!
That was from yesterday. It was one of the exclamations, holy pretzel. Brian, you got it right. We're going to give you a 4-pack of front row tickets and 4 early access pit passes for Monster Jam. It is Saturday, April 16th at Lincoln Financial Field. All right, buddy?
Thank you so much.
You bet. Hang on a second, Brian. We're going to... Monster Jam is... You can feel the excitement.
You can radiate out of that phone call.
Monster Jam
That should work out nicely.
Big leagues of monster truck competition. Where you witness best drivers intense competition, speed and skill, April 16th at the link, and tickets are on sale now at monsterjam.com. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Nick?
I don't care.
Okay.
Well, sometimes you need to give them space to elaborate their excitement.
He was at work. You could tell.
Yeah, he's a mortician. Yeah, he's very excited.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess anything else?
I think we're ready to rock.
All right. I'm going to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan, the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. And also Acme Markets. You can get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Trinity Rehab, where I'm headed to in just a little while.
They can help you get rid of your pain. No prescription needed. Trinity-rehab.com. Tick, 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 tick. That, by the way,
Get a job.
that's the EPAP machine.
Oh.
Tick, 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 tick. I'm getting that done today for sure.
Excellent.
Next week on our program, listen to this. Mark Wahlberg will be in our studio.
What?
Yes.
Kevin Smith will be in our studio.
Yes.
We're going to talk to Ken Burns.
What?
And Kevin Bacon and his brother are going to be here in the studio as well. Yeah, we're going to have the Bacon brothers.
You should be.
Yeah, so it's going to be a big week for guests next week. That is it.
Zumba.
We are done. Rage on Zuma.
Zumba.
Have a great weekend.
Zumba.
Oh, Zumba.
Zumba.
And we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.